Well, hi everyone, welcome to another Flight Deck to Sim live stream today. It's the 9th of February 2021, 3 minutes past 5 in the evening in United Kingdom. Back in the excellent ZIBO MOD 737, the best aircraft for any desktop flight simulator ever. We're on another fantastic two-sector day. In fact, the last time we were in the ZIBO mod, we did an epic two-sector day from Stansted to Munich and back. Today we're going to be doing another two-sector day. Sectors slightly shorter, but again, going to be quite enjoyable. We're currently in Croatia, in Zagreb for the first ever time. We'll be flying initially westbound for our first sector to Milan Malpensa. Flights will be around an hour and 15 minutes, 25-30 minute turnaround, and then we'll be on our way back to Zagreb, where VATSIM Adriatic are holding an event later on at this airport, so it could be very, very busy. Finley Barfoot, one of
40,
my moderators, coming
30,
in straight away for a £10 donation. Finley! Oh, for goodness sake. Who put you up to this?
Happy birthday, Jack Mans, for tomorrow. Enjoy your day, and here is a treat.
Oh, unbelievable, Finley. Thank you very much for the £10 donation. That's very, very kind. Yes, it is Jack's 6th birthday tomorrow, and that's it. Fine, I didn't expect that at all. You didn't have to do that at all, Finley. I wish you'd rather done that via Discord, but thank you very much. That's very kind. Yes, he'll be 6 tomorrow. I appreciate that nonetheless, and thank you very much for taking your time to pop into the stream and help moderate a little bit. That's very kind. Fantastic. So yes, we'll be flying in the ZIBO MOD 737 latest version today, which is 346.3. If you use the command exclamation mark aircraft, you'll find all the recent fixes and changes to this aircraft. Mostly bug fixes, a few tweaks here and there as ever, but as usual, very little needs to be changed now regarding performance, the FMS, VNAV. It's all working very, very nice. Looks like just before going live here, it's become a little Alpaca Airways hub here, which just started raining as I've zoomed in here further as well. So yeah, we've got Alpaca Airways 1, 2, ourselves here in the brand new Boeing livery from Jordan, one of the members here. We've got Royal Air Morocco, who managed to get one stand left. We've got Alpaca Airways 1, 2, 3 in the old school Flight Deck Sim livery, and a poor little Alitalia. Is that the MD-80? Yes, I'm all MD-80'd out now after the last two streams. It'll be a little break before we jump back into the MD-80 again. This scenery for Zagreb as well, completely free to download from the X-Plane forum. You can find that information in the video description as well. But here she is, the beautiful Boeing liveried Alpaca Airways, the 1000 737 NG Alpaca Airways received, looking beautiful here in the soaking rain, albeit as well. But yeah, we'll do a full setup from cold and dark as usual, all SOPs and procedures as per real life. I've even taken a screenshot of the Boeing OPT app with the latest weather for the first sector, so we can look into calculating that as usual with the last stream we did in the ZIBO mod when the day of a life of a real airline pilot. Everything I'll be doing today will be to the letter with realism. Cooper said yes, the 1000th, absolutely. Alpaca Airways have been very busy ordering 737s here.
40,
thank you very much, Liam
30,
T, for
20,
the £10 donation as well.
10.
Oh my goodness me. Everyone in Discord's going to be sharing these pictures later.
Happy birthday for tomorrow to Chief Pilot Jack.
That's very kind. Thank you very much, Liam, for the £10 super chat. For again, Jack, he's going to be the fattest, most spoiled dog ever tomorrow for his 6th birthday. Unbelievable. Thank you very much, guys. I hope you haven't been put up for this by Marianne or anything, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Perfect. So that's the end of the intro. Let's jump on in here and get the ball rolling. You can listen to the rain outside. Absolutely raining cats and dogs. So let's get the battery on. GPU's on the bus. Electric hydraulic pumps are on. Landing gear lever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green lights there as well. Welcome back on board as a member, Lucas T. I'm not sure if that's just the usual thing it sometimes does with some members where they just renew it and it comes up again, but if you have been away for a period, welcome back and thank you very much. You'll get back into our members only Discord. Enjoy your custom emojis in chat as well. Thanks a lot, Lucas. Perfect. So we've got the 6 green lights, then check all the aircraft documentation. First flight of the day, so we need to do the initial safety inspection. So let's check the squibs. They're all green. Fault test, we have fault APU detector in op, master caution overheat detector as well. Fire test. Oh no, wrong way. Aerial pilot. 1, 2, 3 fire lights, the wheel well light and the engine overheat light. We've got the warning lights illuminated both sides and the fire bell as well. Pop the emergency exit lights to armed. Let's have a little look at our first flight plan. So not a VATSIM event for the first sector into Milan, so I'm just going to take, let's have a little look at the weather conditions here in Milan. I don't think it's so bad. I'm just going to stick around 15 minutes of fuel on. Weather in Milan this evening, very nice. Scattered at 6,000, 10 degrees. Variable at 5 knots. Weather later on back here in Zagreb could be a bit interesting. Some thunderstorms potentially forecast. So should we go a bit brave and just take standard fuel for a change? 6.2 tons, that's exactly what I'd be taking. Well, then we'll have a nice test of the sector to see how the fuel burn is everything. I haven't had many delays for a while. You watch this now, we're taking standard fuel. We're going to have delays in Milan Malpensa potentially. But on the way back to Zagreb, I'll definitely be taking additional fuel for the VATSIM event because I've only got the one runway here. So 6.2, standard block fuel today. We'll call for the fuel truck. Passengers we're simulating taking 174 passengers on the inaugural Zagreb to Milan service. I don't think this section's flown in real life. Oh, don't do this again, ZIBO. It did this earlier with the config. I thought I'd saved all this. Yeah, I have to go to 180 passengers. There we are. A recent update reset all of these configs to 160, which is a bit of a pain. That means if you have simulating 180 seat aircraft like we have, it causes issues with the passenger numbers. So there we are, 15138. That's what we're looking for, and the zero fuel weight should be 100 and no, it shouldn't, 57.8 tons. Why is that so much higher? 58.2. I again know why, because it's the ZIBO mod. It's reset all this. Yes, at my operator we use standard weights of 84 kilos for all passengers, not the figures here. Let's try that again. 57.8, there we are. So that's now all correct. All male cabins, says Listerman. Well, yes, I mean, what we do at my operator, I think is quite common for most airlines as well. We presume that every passenger weighs the same. Of course, you've never been weighed at the scales at the check-in desk. We always presume that every passenger weighs 84 kilos, regardless of their sex, and then if they're a child, we presume a lighter weight as well. But we just use 84 kilos for everything, which is why the figures are always the same. It's often the case that the aircraft's a lot lighter than what's actually used in the performance calculations, because obviously that's much more conservative. Nui says, "Good day, Captain. I want to say thank you for all that you do for us. Your stream into the gorgeous island of Samos has inspired me to discover Greek coffee. Safe flights in sim and in real life." That's awesome, Nui. Yes, that wasn't so long ago, the stream into Samos. So that was one of the most challenging approaches I think I've ever done in a desktop sim. So very, very cool. Right, so we've got the fuel being uplifted by, well, what name should we go for in Croatia today? I don't know if we have any Croatians. I don't know of any typical Croatian names, but someone in chat will be thinking of one straight away. We'll start the flight leg now as well. So fuel's coming on, test the attend button, flaps are up, matches the flap indicator position, do a quick config test. That's all sounding correctly. Stab trim's in normal, cargo fire test. There we are, that's working with no detector fault. That should be at 2000 at this stage. 2000 on standby. I'm sure that's been reset. Rudder and aileron trim is 0. Circuit breaker's in, bulbs are in. Stall warning test 1, 2. 1, 2. Flight test record is done. IRS to nav. And 8 minutes for the alignment, and then all the circuit breakers are in. I just want to double check. Yes, we are definitely the latest version of the mod. Perfect. So let's now do the pre-safety, the pre-takeoff checks here. So we have, we do have ground and tower online already, but no ATIS. So I'll just get the latest weather conditions from the METAR for here, guys. So right now, surface wind 070 at 5 knots, so we can expect 04 for departure. 9k light rain, scattered at 800. QNH is 1002. 1002. And it's temperature of 6 degrees. MFRA, I can get straight from the OPT. Got the performance here from the OPT app from my operator. So the MF raise here, 1634. There's an emergency turn here, or an engine out SID as well, which we need to brief. So that should be on Barrow. And 1634. Before anyone asks in chat, especially if you're new to the streams, what you saw there was the official screenshot from the official Boeing OPT app. You won't be able to access this online. This is from the EFB at work. Just take a screenshot and then I upload it for the stream here. So it's unavailable, unfortunately, but it's very cool to have a real OPT to use. And the performance that you enter into the ZIBO mod is very close to real life. I remember we did a tutorial once on flap 25 departures on a field length limited runway, and the performance matched exactly what I expected. It was very impressive to see. Mark Sanderson, I've had an issue in the ZIBO and the FMC, the page where you input the outside air temperature. I can enter it manually or via the auto soft key entry. Do you know what I mean? I do, Mark. It should in the ZIBO mod automatically pre-insert that for you. In real life you have to put it in manually, but in the
50,
ZIBO mod it does allow
40,
for that to be
30,
done already.
20.
Thank you very much, O'Neill, there for your donation. O'Neill Rodriguez, that's very kind.
Unfortunately not being in the stream because I have to work. I hope you have a good flight.
Well, thank you very much, O'Neill.
Captain.
Oh, I didn't see the captain at the end there. Thanks, Microsoft, ad again. Unfortunately not being here because you've got to work. I hope you have a great flight. Well, thank you very much, O'Neill. I'm very sorry to hear that you couldn't join us on the sector, but I hope you're enjoying bits of the stream whilst you're working. I hope you're not doing anything like driving an automobile, but I hope you're doing very, very well. Thank you very much. Right, let's carry on with the setup then. So QNH we set, MFRA we have set as well. There is an engine out SID which we'll discuss later. I'll just turn up the lighting here. Forgot to mention as well, we're running the sim
50,
6 hours behind
40,
live time as
30,
well. On
20,
the return sector,
10.
we're going to go live time for a night flight back to Croatia. It's a new kind of format we're using there. That's very kind, Jay Waters. Thanks for the £10 donation there, but no comment. You could have said anything you so wish, Jay Waters, but thank you very much for the donation. Nonetheless, that's very, very kind. Thank you. Super. Let's carry on now with the rest of the setup. Here is the flight plan then for sector number 1. So FMC, latest AirRag is installed. We are in Zagreb. I forgot where we were for a second here. Lima Delta Zulu Alpha. And let's go for GPS left. So when the iris is aligned, it knows our exact position. We're going to Milan Malpensa. First ever time actually flying into Milan Malpensa on a stream. We have departed here from once on a members only group flight, or a MOGF as we like to call them now. But first ever time flying into Milan Malpensa on a live stream, which is pretty cool. Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, departing here from runway 04. Our SID is going to be the Kotor 1 Whiskey, most likely. From Kotor, Tango 742 to Nakit, and from Nakit, Lima 615 to Eldatar, and from Eltar direct to Peksug. And there is going to be a Peksug to Echo. So Peksug to Echo, ILS 35 left. We'll go for Zulu. Often asked, how do you select if it's Yankee, Zulu, Yankee? Frequently, more times than not, is Zulu. I don't know why. It often is at a lot of our destinations. At some places it's not. Our airfield brief usually explains which one to select, but when you get over there, the 80s will tell you which one
50,
to select, so
40,
we can change it. But at the planning
30,
stage, we'll go for Zulu
20,
via the inlet transition.
10.
Activate and execute. Thank you very much, Hockey, for Life-ish for the $5.
I've learned so much about aviation through you and 320 sim pilots.
Superb.
This is the least I can do. Cheers.
Oh, that's very kind, Hockey, for Life-ish. Thank you very much for the $5. Learned lots through aviation via myself and 320 Sim Pilot, a fellow streamer who is a 320 Sim real pilot, I'll let you to believe. I'm a captain. And this is the least I could do. Cheers. You're most welcome. Thank you very much for your donation. You're all covered by everyone at the moment with lockdown. You got myself, the Boeing pilot, 320 Sim Pilot, the Airbus guy. You got V1 Simulations and Airbus guy. And I think there's a multitude of others on Twitch, I've learned. So fantastic. Thank you very much, and I'm glad you're benefiting from all of us at the moment. It's great fun. I personally find to be using this as kind of like a full-time job at the moment, as opposed to flying in real life. On a side note, I was actually on an online course today at work, kind of a refresher course. It was really interesting to see, just to kind of go over a few things whilst we're not flying pretty much at all at the moment, so that was quite nice to see. Cool. Right, so the FMS routing is loaded. Let's do the performance. 0 fuel weights 57.7. Reserves, that's the sum of these two figures to get to our alternate, which is Milan Bergamo, and that's going to be reserves of 2.4 tons. Cost index we'll use is the famous 30, cruising at flight level 370 today. That's executed, steep descent later in the flight plan, we'll sort that out. 370, elevation in Milan Malpensa is 770 feet, so we'll go for 750 here. That's all set. Working our way down here, let's put the top of climb wind at the cruise wind, which is 286 at 52. That usually needs to be executed, I think. We then put the average wind in on the first waypoint after top of climb, which is Nakit. So we'll just go to the legs page here. Sorry, not the legs page. First waypoint after top of climb. Wind is 286 at 53. That just gives us a more accurate ETA in the FMS at this stage. And then the top of climb wind we put on the previous page gives you a more efficient climb based off your top of climb speed. Top of climb ISA then, that is -2. Transition altitude here in Zagreb, just looking at my operator chart, is 10,000 feet. The guy who was just asking the question there, he said it was blank. You can see it's already pre-populated. In real life it would be blank, you'd have to manually insert that, unless it's an option from Boeing I don't know about. And it's showing 6 degrees. Now, again, in real life we'd independently calculate our takeoff performance, myself and the first officer, make sure we're happy with all the figures after signing the loading document, and I'll imagine that's all the case. Let's have a look at the performance and see how it compares. So here from Zadar, runway 04 via Charlie intersection, which is the kind of shortest taxi from where we're parked on the apron, so bear that in mind when we read the taxi and we're planning for Charlie. It's actually wet now. Now, I'm not going to go to the length of changing all the OPT performance data and then re-uploading the screenshot, but it would be wet with the light rain. Let's presume it's dry just for a demonstration state. 050 at 6 degrees, QNH is 1001. Optimum flat 5 air conditioning auto, engine and wing adjust would actually go on if it's raining with 6 degrees. Takeoff weight is 64.4, the actual 63.9. I based it on the fact we plan to take a bit of additional fuel, so again that would need to be within 100 kilos. Flat 5 CG is set. V speeds you'll see are 38, 39, 45. Now they're differing slightly. I should think it's down to the weight being a little bit heavier in the sim, because usually it's within a knot, but that's the problem when I take a screenshot with the OPT. Now what I should be doing is matching the OPT speeds 138, but again remember this is based off us being 600 kilos heavier than we actually are, so these speeds will be more accurate as per actual gross weight. Slight limitation we can accept in the sim. And oh yes, it was full 22k with a no assumed thrust there, so full 22k. I forgot to select, look, gotta be careful with that. That should be 91.3. It's showing 90.6. That's because the bleed's not on. As soon as we put the APU bleed on, that should be reading 90.5, which will be within 0.1. So that's all correct. We'll see when I put the APU bleed on, that will reduce to 90.5 or 90.6. Yes, I now need to reinsert the speeds. Okay, I'm a complete idiot. The reason the speeds were different, I thought it'd be a bit strange for 600 kilos, is because I actually forgot to select 22k on the other page. So now the speeds are all in a knot. I was thinking 600 kilos to have 4 knots difference in speeds is a bit too much, but that's because we had 26k selected. Whoops, that's why we have checks and there's always 2 of us, guys. Anyway, that's all set. V2 is 144 knots. So that is the OPT loaded. We're good for time. We're due off in 8 minutes, so always try to get away 30 minutes after we've started the stream. Nav transfer display switch is normal auto. Let's check the cross feed valve. Petritz, you select the takeoff 2 to the climb 1 D-rate comes on automatically. Is this what happens in the real plane? Do you ever select that one manually? No, Petritz, at my operator, we never change the climb. Where is it? It's under performance. N1 limits. We always leave it at default for 22, 24, 26. We never change the climb D rate. So for 22k you'll get climb 1, 24 and 26 you'll get full climb. And now I've changed, I've got to put the speeds back in, but we never select the climb for us. We always leave it to default. Perfect. Let's carry on with the rest of that panel scan. Where did I get to? Fuel's done, crossfeed valves done, seatbelt sign can come on as well, window heats on, pro heat we don't need on at this stage, trim air's on, PAX auto, isolation valve, that wants to be open. That's set, steady, flight director's on, runway heading today for 04 is 043 degrees. Which is set to expected the SID stop altitude of 6,000 feet. I'm just going to set 6,100. That's just to remind us we don't have the clearance yet from ATC. And I'm just going to put the courses to... It's an RNAV SID, so I'm just going to put them on the runway heading for now, 043. Perfect. And what's the ILS back here if we have to come back? I'll tune the ILS 1095. So I do have the Logitech radio tuning panel. I've just found with the Naves it's just quicker to set it like this, and I just use it for the radio for VATSIM. It's far easier. Perfect. We'll brief the SID shortly. Order brake to RTO. Reset the fuel flow valve. FMS is loaded. Performance on pilot flying side, and PM has legs. All looking good. Trim I didn't set 6 units. Milan, which ZIBO mod is this? It's the latest version 346.3. Perfect, so that's all set. Let's tune ground now. There's still no ATIS online, but I'll get that's all set up here in the background. There we are, so we're online. And ground frequency is 2185.
Your taxi routing, moving point Alpha for you.
Dave Young, hi, do you offer flight school? No, only the streams. I've had so many emails from people asking, can you do one-on-one tuition, but I just don't have the time to do that. The best way, if you always want to contact me, is the membership. So the membership, this is a paid membership where I'd like to think I'm a lot more active than I would be, say, on a regular Discord. So I'm there every day. I do Discord streams. We do our test flights or test sectors sometimes on there. We organise all the group flights and stuff. We've got one this weekend. That's the best way to kind of communicate with me if you have any questions there. But I'm only a small part of that. All the other members provide much more input now than I ever could with all sorts of background information. It's fantastic. Perfect. Let's grab our clearance now anyway. I'll stop waffling for a second. Let's add our ground. Hello, it's Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. Stand Echo 7. Request departure clearance to Milan Malpensa, please.
Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, you're cleared to Milan via the Quarter 1 Whiskey departure, runway 04. Initial time 6,000 feet, squawk 5216.
Here to Milan Malpensa, Kotor 1 Whiskey departure, runway 04, 6,000 feet, and 5216, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie.
Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, spec is correct.
Thank you. I think that was just someone on box 2, that's why that person wasn't talking over me, it was my second frequency
on 118.3.
So,
switching to Zagreb Tower 118.3, Alpaca 72, thank you, bye bye.
Have a nice flight.
Box 2. That's really annoying. Sometimes I hate it when it zooms out sometimes. Perfect, so 6,000 feet, cleared on the Kotor 1 Whiskey departure, which is here, and squawk is 5216. Excellent, this is going swimmingly. 3 minutes till pushback. Let's get the APU started, and we'll just quickly brief the taxi and the SID. We'll get the better pushback organised as well. Something like... let's connect it first. I'm not sure.
Good evening, Alitalia 1 Alpha, stand Echo 2, request push and start.
Perfect. So, the only thing we have left to discuss is the taxi and SID. So let's now go over here to the flight plan. Sorry, the chart. So we're on stand Echo 7 here. Not sure where we're going to push. I did see someone just there facing northeast. They might go out northeast by Golf and then left on Foxtrot. Otherwise, I expect southwest out via hotel. And remember, guys, I took the take-up performance from Charlie, so we should be able to depart from Charlie with full 22k. I say should, we can depart via Charlie here, so it gives us a little bit of a shorter taxi. Always looking for ways to kind of save time by doing that. And here's our SID, a Kotor 1 whiskey. A Kotor 1 whiskey. Now, this part of the SID here, it says at 760 feet. 760
all doors
feet.
and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
Fantastic. Make a right turn. 097 is at or above 760 until we get to Zulu Alpha 803. So there's 760 Zulu Alpha 803. So it should, I tested this earlier, it should commence the turn at 760, but what it does, it routes straight out to that waypoint. But it does, well, it does say at or above. So yeah, I think I'll just use it now. Now it might be above 760. And then making a right turn to Zulu Alpha 803 at above 3000. That checks. Then to Zulu Alpha 804. Stop altitude 7000. Before that though is 6,000 feet. So quite unusual the fact that they've given you an initial climb clearance of 6,000, even though the only charted altitude is 7,000. So there's sort of 2 stop altitudes there. And then from there we're going to be going to Zulu Alpha 805. There it is, 9,000, and then 21 miles to Cattle, 262. There we are, 261, 22 miles to Cattle. That's the SID. It's NADP2 RNAV. There is what we call an engine out SID as well. So if we have an engine failure, we don't want to keep climbing straight ahead. What we need to do is climb straight ahead and stop once we get to a waypoint called Röna. And enter the holding there to climb to 4,000. So you see there's Röna. This is what we do in the event of an engine failure. 4,000 feet, climb up to the MS8 and hold there. Don't keep going on in a straight line because there's terrain beyond there, an issue with the MSA, so that's what we'd have to do in the event of an engine failure. Look at that, time 30, we're all ready to go. APU's on the bus, APU bleed can come on as well. Let's check that thrust just to show you. Look, 90.6, all matching the OPT beautifully, and we can now request push and start. Alpaca 2 Mike, Charlie, stand Echo 7, request push and start.
Alpaca 2 Mike, Charlie, push and start approved, facing west.
Push and start approved, face west, Alpaca 2 Mike, Charlie. Perfect, so we're facing
Alpaca 5, Alpha
west, so it is actually the way we expected to be pushing.
Alpaca 5, Alpha Romeo, approved, facing west. Push start approved, facing west, Alpaca 5.
So make it quite a short push just because there's people pushing around us.
So connected and bypass inserted.
So packs off, anti-collision light is on, parking brake we can release, transport is out off, just
Starting
please.
pushback, can you make start engine?
Taxi via out via go.
Look at that, 1 minute late. Perfect start. There is flickering in the background. I hope that's not nothing to do with the settings I changed earlier. Dear. Let's check the clouds actually. I'd made a slight change to the NVIDIA graphics card because of some flickering. Look at that combined pushback here, super cool. Excellent. Infinite Aviation, hey, I'm new here. How are you? Very well, welcome to the stream.
Request Alpha clear of destination Milano. We don't have any 80s on board.
Starting engine number 2. And 2.
002, you're clear to Milano via the Control 1 way departure, runway 04. You should climb 6000, walk 5221.
There's oil pressure and N1 rotation. There's 25%. Check the spar valve, goes from dim to bright and off. Perfect.
Airbox 002 speaking correct. Alpaca 9 Zulu Mike, contact tower on 118.
Got Croatian Airlines here as well. Oh, look at this, it's got simultaneous pushbacks everywhere. That's so cool. And got L'Italia as well. It's going to be very busy here later on with the VATSIM event too. Right, starter cut out, monitoring engine number 2. 2, 4, 6, 3. 2 is stable, starting now engine number 1. Have you recovered from the MD-80 madness at NKLS 1337? Just about. Still jittery a bit. Right, 25%, a bit late there.
Operation complete, set parking brake.
Parking brake set, clear to disconnect.
Disconnecting tow, stand by.
Sims are so realistic now. I say it every time, but they are so good. Excellent, so start account, monitoring engine number 1. Looks like 2 good starts, disconnect. Generators on, APU's off. We'll wait until we've seen the bypass pin. And then we can carry on with the rest of the before taxi flight. Now we could be very sneaky here and request departure via Charlie. Get ahead of a few other aircraft, we'll see.
Tow disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Send signal on the left, we'll see you next time, have a safe flight.
Bye! Yeah, nice little scenery this one. Oh, I've only just realised what happened to my Alpaca Airways tug livery. Got a stock one now, that's a shame. Marco, Zagreb's my dad's hometown, super cool. Perfect, there's the bypass pin, let's go. Start switch is continuous, propeller's on, anti-ice is on as well, it's less than 10 degrees with moisture. Pax auto, isolation valve auto, AP bleeds off, the rest is set. Flaps to 5, full forward, full back, left and right, and here comes the runners. Full right and full left, recall, blank the DU, and then we'd read the before taxi checklist, which is here.
To request taxi and Pozdrav Panorama.
Perfect.
Let's say again, Airmax 002, the first part, I understand, the second one.
Connor, the better pushback sounds like the ground controller sort of. Connor, I've got the better pushback voice pack add-on, so I think it would have actually recognised we're in Croatia and perhaps made the sound of a Croatian man. I don't know if this guy's from Croatia, but sounds like it. Is he going to read
Ground
back?
on Pocket 5, Alpha Romeo, request taxi.
Mr. EW, hi Captain, pre-COVID era, would the cockpit be cleaned by the cleaning crew or was it up to you to tidy up? Well, obviously, we want to leave it reasonably tidy for our colleagues, so we don't leave it a mess, but no, we don't hoover anything. The engineers, as part of their maintenance schedule, will clean the cockpit. But they are very filthy. I wouldn't eat my dinner off any part of the aircraft. Alpaca 2, Mike Charlie, request taxi.
Alpaca 5, Alfa Romeo, second.
And that was Alpaca 2, Mike Charlie for taxi, please. Unless I spoke over him.
Alpaca 2, Mike Charlie, taxi holding point Alpha, runway 04. Follow the company Boeing 737 in front of you.
Taxi point Alpha, runway 04 behind the company 737, Alpaca 2, Mike Charlie. Right, parking brake released.
Alpaca 73, ready for
Turn off taxi, clear left, and Jim would say clear right. Here comes the config check. There we are, no takeoff config warning, and around 30%, 35% to brake off. Off we go. Cool. So guys, if you have just joined the stream, very good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. Just taxiing out for our first sector from Zagreb in Croatia to Milan Malpensa. Flight time on the first sector, hour 20 minutes. 30-minute turnaround back to Zagreb in the middle of a busy VATSIM event. And that will be flown live time on the second sector. This one is running 6 hours behind live time, so there should be some nice views of the Alps, just the southern part of the Alps as we fly over there. Bloodlines, flight name Sim CRM with his imaginary pilot friend. Yes, my invisible first officer Jim.
Alpaca 5, Alfa Romeo, contact tower 118.3. Airmax 002, contact tower 118.3.
Yes, now Alpaca Airways just taking off. Can you see?
118.3, Airmax 002.
Alitalia 17 Alpha, request taxi.
Perfect. I mean, this VATSIM event doesn't kick off for another couple of hours, or an hour and a half, I don't think, and it's already really busy.
Our position, what's enough?
Super cool. Paul Shoesmith, good just in time. Welcome on board, buddy. I saw you running from the terminal across the apron into the wheel. But well, what's that movie? I can't remember. With Steven Seagal, isn't it? Or an Arnold Schwarzenegger, I think, in it, where he climbs into the nose gear. Or no, he climbs out of the looks like an MD-80 and he jumps out from the nose gear into a pond when it takes off. I can't remember what film that is. Is that for me?
Say again, for 455?
Tower needs to advise you for push, for startup, sorry. So you need to contact Tower now.
Ah,
Roger.
I guess he's closing.
Alpaca 2, Mike Charlie, contact Tower, 118.3.
At Tower 118.3, Alpaca 2, Mike Charlie. Have a great evening, sir. Bye.
Have a great flight to you too. Break, Alitali.
There we are,
Tower,
over to tower.
Alpaca 5, Upper Bromille.
There's approach online as well. Perfect. So we'll do the. Is it Commando? I can't remember the film. It's so ridiculous. It's funny. Right. Let's do the before takeoff checklist. Config. We check flaps. We have 5 for green light. Stab trim 6 units required. 6 units set. Takeoff briefing. Pax auto bleeds on. The V speeds are set for departure. 37, 38, 44. We discussed we use dry speeds as per the OPT, even though it's raining in the sim. The departure is going to be the Kotor 1 whiskey, climbing straight ahead, 760 feet right turn 097 inbound to Zulu Alpha 803, stock climb 6,000 feet, NADP2, and there isn't any an engine out SID. Any problems will climb straight ahead to 4,000 feet to that waypoint we put up there, Rerner. We'll then advise ATC. Right, we're fully ready. Should we be a bit sneaky? Say we're able Charlie. Watch this. At Tower, good evening. Alpaca 2, Mike, Charlie, taxi holding point, runway 04 Alpha. We're fully ready. We're able Charlie. Is it going to work?
Alpaca 2, Mike, Charlie, you are number 2 for departure. Continue holding point 04.
Just like in real life. Taxi hold point 04 Alpaca 2, Mike, Charlie. That's just like in real life. I tried, but sometimes you can get quite lucky, especially if the guys ahead aren't ready. But ATC's done it all correctly. But that's what we do at my operator. If you're taxiing from the terminal and it's not busy, you always try and work out what's the shortest taxi. You're going to burn more fuel sat here taxiing all the way down here instead of taxiing and taking off from Charlie, because it's the same performance you see for takeoff. So you imagine if you're an airline with 500 aircraft or 600 aircraft, every aircraft they can do that, and it's completely safe to do. But that's fine, and it doesn't matter. We could still go full length, and we've got the extra performance credit from Charlie, so it doesn't hurt.
Alpaca 2, Mike, Charlie, copy clearance.
Taxiing to holding point Bravo.
Locked.
Alpaca 2, Mike, Charlie, copy clearance.
Ready to copy the new clearance, Alpaca 2, Mike, Charlie. So I have to stop and set the parking brake.
Alpaca 2, Mike, Charlie, Kotor 1 uniform, rest of clearance unchanged.
New SID is Kotor 1 uniform, Alpaca 2, Mike, Charlie.
Hey, from Bravo is also approved, report ready for departure.
Not ready now, so we'll taxi to the Alpha Alpaca 2, Mike Charlie. We'll call ready. So, what we need to
Roger,
do,
report.
this is how we do it, my friend. You stop the aircraft, reselect the departure, so Kotor 1 uniform. Same runway, so we don't need to rebrief the performance. Insufficient fuel, apparently. But we need to just quickly step through the SID. So I'm actually just going to taxi forward here just because we are blocking the aircraft. Now, you have two options here: stop the aircraft, set the parking brake, or carry on to the hold point, then stop the aircraft, then set the parking brake, and then brief it. I'm just going to carry on because we're blocking someone here. Let's reselect the SID, Kotor 1 uniform. That's very unusual to have a SID change. But there it is, Kotor 1 uniform. It's actually beneficial by the looks of it. It's shorter track miles, left turn inbound to the Pisarovina NDB 412, so we'll get that active. So yeah, I should technically not be moving here, but there's only me. 412, ADF, and you'll you'll see there's now a discontinuity on the flight plan. We're just going to go direct from Kotor to the next waypoint. Romeo Juliet Kilo, there we are. So, new departure. We're going to be climbing straight ahead until we get to 4,000 feet. Kotor 1 uniform, 4,000 feet. Then a left turn to the Papa India Sierra NDB and then to Kotor. So it's a simpler SID, straight ahead. Still have the engine out SID where we have to climb straight ahead to 4,000 feet to the waypoint called Röna. And still 6,000 feet as well on the SID there. We've got 6,000 feet set on the MCP. Only thing is to bear in mind is that steep turn after departure, but we'll keep the speed at the upspeed until we've made that turn. There we are. Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, hold point Alpha, now ready for departure.
Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, runway 04, clear for takeoff, wind 070 degrees, 5 knots. When airborne, contact radar 120.7, goodbye.
Alright, 04 cleared for takeoff, when airborne, radar 120.7, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, see you soon, bye. Perfect.
Alpaca 73, ready for departure.
Fly Alpha cleared, takeoff runway 04, order throttle, LNAV.
Number 2, hold position, Alpaca 73.
Strobe lights on, transport
Alitalia 17 Alpha Tower.
and weather radars on. So, MCP is set, transponder is TARA, strobe lights are on, landing lights on, we've been cleared for takeoff. We're going to do a rolling takeoff, guys, because we've got our clearance. We've already been cleared all the way. Sorry, our performance, remember, is via Charlie, so you can do a little bit more of a sloppy lineup because we're based on it lining up around 800 metres before there. Toga's in chat. Let's go to Italy. There's timer.
Copy the clearance.
Up to 40%.
Italia 17 Alpha,
There we are. Engines all stabilised, push Toga, set takeoff thrust.
Kotor 1 uniform departure.
Takeoff thrust sets, indications normal.
Correctly 17 Alpha.
Checked, released forward pressure.
Blue Panorama 455, taxi Alpha calling point runway 04, number 3 for the
Up we go, 2 to 2.5 degrees per second. Now we're airborne.
Alpaca 78, runway 04,
Gears coming up, and trim.
9.04 Alpaca.
And we'll trim down. Beautiful. Love it. Excellent. Right, onto those flight directors. Top of the white bar.
1000.
So bug up. We're climbing to an altitude, so you don't want to set standards at 3,000 feet AGL, so slowly lower the nose onto the flight directors. There's climb thrust, and then 1, VT plus 15 and accelerating.
Alpaca 738, runway 04, clear for takeoff, wind 070 degrees, 5 knots. When airborne, contact radar 120.7, goodbye.
And flaps up, we can now contact radar. Zagreb radar, very good evening, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie on the Kotor 1 uniform, passing 2,500 for altitude 6,000 feet.
Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, 2,500 radar, contact Zagreb radar, climb level 200.
Climb flight level 200, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. So 200 sets, and we've got flaps up, no lights, so we can select a VNAV and set standards. Engage the autopilot as well. Command A, passing 40 flight level 200 after takeoff checklist. So gears off, auto brakes to off, take the engine anti-ice off, start switches off as well, and taxi. Air conditioning and pressurization. Diff pressures 1.8 climbing, pressures on auto, leads are on, all in auto. And the temperatures, they're all set. Release the cabin crew, and that's it. After takeoff checklist is done, we're on our way. So that departure straight ahead, 4,000 feet. It should be turning. Turn 4,000 feet or above when it's already at that waypoint there. And there's a slight issue with conditional waypoints in the mod where it has to wait until you actually get to the physical location of it. They should have actually started that turn.
Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, left turn heading 270.
Left heading 270 degrees, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. He's sending us on a vector now anyway. But yeah,
Radar
it should have turned at
3 with
4,000 at least. Otherwise, we're heading in the
2,200
wrong
climbing
direction for
control.
ages. But we're on vectors now
Flight
anyway.
3 Zagreb radar
Vectors on SIDs are quite common as well.
Flight
A lot of
level
airports.
200.
You might not be
300, Alpaca.
told to stay on the SID. UK airports especially, they often put you on a vector after departure. Thomas, what are you using for clouds? We're using the... just be plunged into
Alpaca
IC.
2 Mike Charlie, report me.
Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, 250 knots, and in the climb we'll be converting to 290 knots. Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie.
2 Mike Charlie, copy 300 or less, foreseen.
300 or less, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. Perfect, so that's fine. We can stay with the econ climb speeds.
Alpaca 78, speed 250 knots or less.
250 or less, Alpaca 73.
That's probably wise.
45 Alpha Roma, contact
That's probably
Adria
wise,
radar,
but it's on that
frequency
vector here,
130,
just to
so long.
increase the spacing. Who's with the guy who's still on the SID there?
13000, so Alpaca 5 Alpha Romeo.
Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, in a left turn, proceed direct to Kotor.
Left turn direct to Kotor, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. Perfect. So left turn, execute. Don't forget when you've been on a vector to re-engage LNAV after updating the FMS waypoint. There we are, passing 104, flight level 200. Let's do the pre-cruise check. So fuel, we have 4 pumps on, 5.5 on board. Expect to be arriving with 2.4. You can see, look, we haven't taken any additional fuel, but there's a full arm of arrival, which we're unlikely to fly later. Lights coming off. APU verifies off. Pressurization 3.4 and set. We'll leave the passengers in and recool checks complete. Now, ZIBO mod, a little bug at the moment. I've had it before where you update LNAV. Update the routing, but look,
heading 230 until Kotor established.
heading 230 Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. Yeah, so there's a little bug with the sim. I've noticed that in the ZIBO mod before. I'm just going to make a note of that for ZIBO. Sometimes when you update the FMS re-engage LNAV, it doesn't actually turn. I double checked, it was definitely an LNAV, so it should turn straight away. That's a bug with the sim, so I'll let ZIBO know about that. I've got my little ZIBO bug tab on my piece of paper.
Italia 17 Alpha, passing 3000 feet.
Italia 17 Alpha, 3000, Buonasera, identified Zagreb radar, climb flight level 200, maintain present heading.
Cool.
Climb level 200, maintaining designating Italia 17 Alpha.
And there we are. So remember, running 6 hours behind live time, arriving on the hour, so that's an hour and 10 minutes from now.
Italia 17 Alpha, maintain the heading. 17 Alpha, heading 050, back to the heading.
Perfect, so should be all good. Still heading, yes, he's just put us on a heading, Matthew Presley, heading 230 degrees.
We are maintaining the heading now.
Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, contact, actually, can you resume direct to Kotor first?
Direct to Kotor again, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie.
Yeah, to Mike Charlie, because you were flying to the west and Kotor is to the south, that was why I was correcting that. 230, but direct to Kotor and report must be on heading.
No problem, routing direct to Kotor, and just confirm that frequency again, sorry, I was a little bit quiet.
Yeah, no worries, frequency later, we just need to get you on the correct heading, so I will hand you over once again.
No problem. Straight to Captain Kotor, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. So maybe, yeah,
no worries.
I'm pretty sure he said maintain heading 230 degrees before Kotor though, but...
Left 300, 17 Alpha.
Oh, he said until established Kotor. So heading 230 degrees until established Kotor. Does that mean no? That's a funny clearance. He should have just said direct to Kotor. Mr. EW, is that climb rate realistic? Seems a bit high. Absolutely. For this gross weight, 5 tons of fuel. Oh, I just missed that as well.
Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, contact Adria radar 130.00, so long.
130.00, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. Cheerio.
Superama 455, 4000, radar contact, climb flight level 200, maintain.
Yes, so when you're this sort of weight, climbs in excess of 2,000 feet, but it's very common. If you're empty, you can get up to 37,000 feet in 11 minutes. Very, very common.
ZAG engine waypoint for Alpaca 5 Alpha Romeo.
5 Alpha Romeo, direct rotar.
Direct rotar, Alpaca 5 Alpha Romeo.
Adria Centre, hello, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. Levelling off flight level 200 inbound to Kotor.
Alpaca 2, Mike Charlie Adria, very good evening. Climb flight level 370.
Climb flight level 370, Alpaca 2, Mike Charlie. 370 set, VNAV standard 200 370, and that's set once, twice, and where is my climb page there? That is. Why is it saying? Oh yeah, we still haven't passed Kotor, that's fine. Well, it's there 3 times, so make sure we're monitoring 21.5 as well, and also we'll be logging into CPDLC at 10,000 feet.
On 2.8, bye-bye, running 45.
Perfect. Bradley Bull says idle thrust. I hope not this stage. Jow, what clouds are you using? The Active Sky precepts. Bloodline, 3 times a lady. You got it. Phil, I'm curious on why you choose a very high cruise level for such a short flight. Because that's the most efficient way a jet aircraft will, a jet aircraft or a jet engine is most efficient at high altitude with a high end one, lower air density. So it's, even if it was only in the cruise for 5 minutes, I mean, this is actually quite a reasonable long cruise segment of around 150 miles or so. But even if it was a cruise segment of 50 miles, Phil, we'd still go up as high as we can. It's far more efficient to go up there, have the engines running for even a short period of time at an efficient altitude, and then descending with idle thrust, compared to, say, flying over at 250, which will burn a lot more fuel. Chef's Dad, 737 has ground flight and approach idle. The higher idle is used, so the engine can deliver thrust more rapidly if needed, because the lower the idle, the longer it will take to spool up. Quite right, Chef's Dad. When engine anti-ice is on, have a higher end one idle.
Mike Charlie, direct rotor.
Direct to a rotor, Alpaca 2, Mike Charlie. Yes, so on approach, your idle thrust setting. See, once you, if you're, yeah, sorry, just going back to the issue we had previously. If you're already in LNAV, the aircraft, the mod always correctly turns. But sometimes, if you're in heading select, update the routing, then go LNAV, it won't turn initially. So yeah, approach idle, for example, when you have the flaps extended, the idle thrust on the ground is usually 20%, but on approach is a high, I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but it's a higher idle. That means if you have to go around, it won't take so long for the engines to spool up, because if you're at 20%, it'll take ages for the engines to spool up in the event of a go around.
738, direct rotor.
Dark rotor, Alpaca 738.
I'm still getting those flickering clouds then, so I think what Petrus was saying was right, because I tried a little fix with regards to the NVIDIA graphics card to fix the flickering clouds, but apparently if you're running Vulkan it doesn't work. I swear when I did it earlier, I applied the things, the clouds stopped flickering, but it could have just been coincidence. But yeah, there's nothing I can stop this NVIDIA graphics card thing. Simulator channel, how's real flying, Captain? Yeah, let's not talk about that. I haven't flown this year yet, and the UK have just announced today further restrictions. So if you are entering the UK from any of the 33 restricted countries, which includes Portugal and countries which are quite common destinations from the UK, you have to go to a hotel, you have to pay £1,000 to book your own hotel, have your own tests, 2 tests, isolate 14 days. Yeah, it's only going to get worse before it gets better. I found it quite crazy. And apparently now, in the UK, if you fail to declare you've come from one of these 33 countries, which is where they have one of these different COVID strains, and you enter the UK and don't declare it, you could get a 10-year prison sentence. That was crazy. I'm sorry, it's even more than that, £1,700. But yeah, I found it 10-year prison sentence. I mean, I understand that this is such a serious pandemic, we do need to stop the spread of it. I thought 10-year prison sentence for coming in from a country and not declaring. That was quite excessive. Yeah, so it's so you have to pay Paul F. Yeah, thanks. £1,700 to the hotel. You have to have 2 tests. You have to self-isolate. So yeah. Put it this way, I think in the States and other places it's opening up a little bit now, but here in Europe, or certainly UK, anyway, it's everyone's ground to hold.
Would you like
Oh, Simulator Channel, you were laid off last year. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, it's still in the back of my head. I think if the spring, if it looks like spring, summer there's not going to be much of a summer schedule here. I'm
Open
not
runway
looking forward to see what we can
455,
potentially
Adria
have.
radar, good evening,
see.
identified, no speed restrictions, climb flight level.
John, the 10 years is only the maximum stature.
no
Cool,
speed
look at the
restrictions,
circumstances. I'd hope so.
455.
That's crazy. Yeah, Philippe's going into more detail, and Jonathan. I've only gone over the basics of what I've read.
Alpha, direct rotor.
Mr. EW80's a little loud. I'll turn that down. Buddy.
Direct
Thank you.
rotor,
It's
Italian
better.
1
It's quite a delicate art balancing all these sounds.
Mike, are you
That's a
ready
bit
on
better.
the old flight level? So 310, 330.
Liam, that is good they're enforcing that though. I think how many 737s can we get into the UK airport so we can all go on holiday and play? Gosh. Alex George, how long is this flight? We should have about an hour left approximately, depending on any delay here. Matthew Presley, we aren't laying people off that much in the States, but there are a handful of guys having to go to the Sims for landing currency. Oh, I mean that's what we're having to do here, Matthew. I mean I've not flown this year. Last time I flew was end of November. All my rostered flights in December and January were cancelled. Some only a week before, at very short notice. But yeah, there's going to be very little going on until at least the end of March. But I'm very grateful, you know. I've got the channel to run, and Marina helps me run that. We've got our second YouTube channel as well. Play some games, and we're very happy with how it is. Like everyone, we all want this to move on as soon as possible. Get these jabs out here, get everyone to take the injections and get some.
Climb level 350.
Mr. W, that's better, thanks. No problem. Guys, yeah, always provide feedback for audio. Let me know. What I hear is very different to what you hear as well. So my audio, I've got a nice way of tweaking it all now. So I only know if you guys let me know. Roya, can we say the sim is very close to the real thing? Commonly asked question. It's as good as I think it'll ever get. Obviously, there are some limitations of desktop simulators. But I've said this many times before, if you can manipulate the automation and the configuration based off what you've learned on a desktop simulator, I can confidently say you can get the aircraft from A to B in perfect weather conditions. If you've got a landing with anything in excess of a 10 knot crosswind, you're in trouble. Landing as well, the feel, the muscle memory and feel is a little bit different, but you kind of never forget. So yeah, I always say this, everyone gets a chuckle out of it. You'd be fine until you got into the cockpit where you'd be unable to move the seat, because you wouldn't know how to reach the flight controls. But they are good, desktop sims. They are very, very good. Simply James, lucky to be a pilot here in Australia as we don't have COVID. Well, little cases of flying is slowly making its way back here. Felt good to be back at flight level 380 again. Very cool. But I thought though, yeah, I mean Qantas and Australian Airlines are very reliant on international travel, so maybe domestic. Jonathan Padville, you could do an autoland though. Yeah, I think an autoland, you could set it up to do an autoland and then just use rudder to maintain centre line. Bradley Bull, is it true pilots keep window heat on in the case of a bird strike? Glass would be less brittle. Absolutely, Bradley Bull. If we have fault with the window heat, one of the things that will state in the QRH is below 10,000 feet to keep the speed below 250 knots, as we do anyway. But that is also to lessen the chance of the window being severely damaged in the event of a bird strike. So yes, not only does it prevent the window from misting, a heated window is less likely to shatter if hit by a bird. So you're quite correct. James, so does the sim correctly simulate the rudder? I have a normal FSX 737 and I can always overpower full rudder with ailerons, no matter what the angle of attack. I've heard from the other YouTube videos. Yeah, so James, I mean, if you've got full rudder in, you're going to struggle with aileron, at low speed that is, certainly, to maintain directional control. The rudder in the 737 is extremely powerful. It needs to be to counteract potential engine failure at low speed. So, yeah, if you're flying below VMCA, VMCG, or below VMCG in the event of an RTO, and you try and counteract it with rudder, you're going to go off the side of the runway. If you're below VMCA, you're going to not have enough rudder to maintain wings level. So you've got to, the ZIBO mod's excellent. I mean, I'll just demonstrate it. I mean, if I was to go right here, there's the right rudder coming in. You see how the aircraft then rolls, the secondary effect? That's quite close. I've never done that in a 737 during the climb, used any rudder. But the kind of inputs you're getting there in the level D sim are very close, very, very impressive. And that's thanks to X-Plane 11's blade element theory. It looks at the shape of the airflow of the aircraft, you put the rudder, and it looks at it, and it gives you the kind of correct input. And that's credit to the team at the Laminar Research for making that. And that's why I use X-Plane 11 as the primary sim, because it's the most physics-wise realistic. It's very, very good. There we are. Nice and level. Flight level 370 in the cruise. We'll do a fuel check at rotor. Remember, for the first time in ages, we've taken just standard flight plan fuel. So I hope we don't have too much of a delay. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome on board for the first time, Jonathan Padfield's been nice and active in chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome on board as a member. Glad you're enjoying the content. You'll get invited to our members only Discord. Enjoy your custom memos in chat as well. It'll be grand. Paul F, what track is the next round of Assetto? So yes, on the Flight Deck Sim Gaming channel, we'll be going live Saturday evening at 8 PM. We'll be racing the Nuremberg, not the full racetrack, the Formula 1 track at 8 PM. So I'll be practicing a little bit on Discord. So yeah, on the channel, quite busy over the next coming days. Tomorrow I hope to go live again on the gaming channel for the next episode of Euro Truck Simulator. Wednesday, tomorrow around 5ish perhaps. Thursday I hope, but no promises, to record and release a tutorial for you on Thursday evening. But no promises for that one because I've got a lot going on. Friday will be nothing. Saturday I am taking part in VATSIM Cross the Land. That will be starting at 11 o'clock in the morning. I am going to do a poll for this one where you guys can decide what aircraft I fly for the Cross the Land. I'm not doing a huge flight, it's around a 4-hour sector. More details will be released imminently, but I will be doing a poll where you guys can choose which one of the various aircraft I have. So things like the Flight Factor 757, the ZIBO mod of course will be up there, the 727, the MT-80, I might even stick a Tupolev in there, maybe a Concorde, we'll see. Depends how brave I am, but we're only flying the shorter sector for the Cross the Land there. It's around 4 hours or so. But yes, what we'll be doing is a giveaway on Saturday as well, where if I'm flying a payware aircraft, the giveaway will be the aircraft I'm flying. If I'm in the ZIBO mod, if that's voted, or perhaps another free aircraft of some sorts, I will do a Microsoft, with a copy of Microsoft Flight Simulator Standard Edition, or a $50 X-Plane gift card, so that's it. Maybe Concorde, maybe Concorde. Listed with red said Valerio 11. Might not quite have the range. 70,000 subscribers coming up as well. We'll be doing a charity stream for that as well. Still haven't quite decided what we're doing. List have mentioned Valerio 11. I think I have something in mind with regards to how we'll do something for 70k. But yeah, that will be to a chosen charity for Marion and I. We make sure all the donations go via Just Giving. That means 100% of that donation goes all the way to our chosen charity. The Concorde stream, which we did at the 50-60k special, I think we raised over £4,500. It was awesome. Looking forward to that. James McLaughlin says Magic Clouds. Yes, you just saw Active Sky probably reload the weather. That's 50, probably what you saw.
40, 30,
and we've got
20,
130 miles.
10.
We'll start setting up soon. Thanks again, Tim Fraser, for the £2 donation. Oh yes, sorry, because it's ping up on Microsoft. And 757-200 all the way. Your favourite, Tim. You're always mentioning the 757-200. Very, very cool, Tim. Thank you very much. Make sure you get that one voted when I put the poll up on YouTube community post. Thank you. Liam Garrick, excellent suggestion. But I've got a few charities in mind, so I'll have a look at some different things. Concorde will be epic. The problem is the routing doesn't really allow for supersonic flying, so I think I might skip that from the poll, but I will. We haven't flown the Concorde since our only first flight, which was that stream, the charity stream I mentioned, so it's stuck in New York still. So I think we might go towards the Caribbean soon, and then go back to Europe. But yeah, I think Colin Martin can do it being flown again soon. Aristocrat said, just watch 320 sim pilots demonstration. You auto land with the new 320, very impressive. Even decrabbed from crosswind and maintain runway centerline. Pretty impressive stuff. Pretty impressive. I've heard mixed responses with the A320 fly-by-wire. I understand there's a lot of work gone into it now as well. I've spoken to some Airbus pilots who are friends of mine who've tried it out. It's like there's a lot of work needed, but it's not bad for a free one. Very exciting. Phil Brown, does X-Plane simulate jettisoning? Phil, is that regards to ejecting or fuel dumping? Neither, I don't think. Actually, funny enough, I think both are. The BAE-1 Hawk, I accidentally ejected on a stream once. We flew the BAE Hawk after flying into Alicante for a bit of a laugh, and I pulled the yellow strap and I did eject. It did actually fire me out the aircraft. And also, yes, if you're in an aircraft that has the capability to jettison fuel, I think that is modelled, which is pretty cool. Domino Mosina, thanks for the heads up. Expect ILS Zulu for 3-5 right, and it's the Hexug 2 Echo. Very cool, thanks for that. So let me get my charts from my operator here. So Hexug 2 Echo and ILS 3-5 right. And that's what I was expecting, so that's pretty cool. J Moem, hi, excellent streaming. What do you think ZIBO needs in normals to be better on or to improve? It's very much there, all there now, J Moem. If you want to do a normal flight from A to B, FMS, the ND, there's some slight. I'd say the FMS, a lot of the additional pages are missing, but they're the pages that we've never, if ever, used. So it's pretty much all there. 98% for normal sectors, I'd say. Even I think VNAV is an absolute triumph in the mod. It's one of the best. The idle path VNAV set is so well modeled now. I don't know how he's done it, but it works reasonably well. Works very well, sorry. It's very impressive. Harold said, how about a Boeing 377? What is that? Is that some massive 4-engine piston aircraft from the war? I can't remember what that is. I've probably seen one when I went to the Stratocruiser, that's it. Cool, blimey. I don't know if there's an actually modern one of those to explain them. Perfect. So, I think it's about time we start setting up for our approach into Milano. Just leaving Croatia over the Adriatic, and hopefully, if it gets a little less cloudy, we'll see a nice part of the Alps, and there's our destination, Milan. And that's where we are in the world: UK, France, Spain, Portugal, North Africa. Milan Malpensa, and there's Zagreb. Perfect. Liam, are all Alpaca planes parking at a specific place in Milan? I'm going to fly the return. Very cool, Liam. It's very much based on what ATC tell us, so we'll see. But yes, any of you are free to join on the second sector. I'd thoroughly recommend, if you're on VATSIM, take plenty of fuel, because it's going to be a busy event. Not only am I taking the Alpaca horde, but they're usually busy anyway with these events.
50, 40, 30.
Tim again, very, very kind. Thank you very much for your £5 donation. Why is that not sounding? I did that earlier for that one as well, Tim. I don't know why. It's not Microsoft and's not gone off on one, but he said, did you hear about the 7.6 that had to circle over East Midlands due to engine trouble? I saw it parked on stand today as I passed it in my truck. Tim, I haven't heard of the 767 that had engine troubles. Is that today or something? I'm usually quite up to scratch with certain things, but I've not heard anything. But, thanks for the donation regardless. That was very, very kind.
Turkish 012 Adria radar, good evening. Walk 5231.
Yeah, why is that not so switches? I don't know why, because it has my other ones too. I don't know why it's not coming up with the Microsoft voice.
Why even flight level?
Perfect. Right. As I said, let's start setting up for the approach. Bear with me whilst I get all the charts up here. So, arrival. I've been advised by our good friend, it was the Hexug 2 Echo. ILS 35 right. Big airport here, so all the applicable airport charts. So we'll have the
Turkish 0
main chart here, so 35 right. Plan to vacate Delta. Work out quite nicely.
Direct Bobby Turkish.
And then go via Delta, crossing here via Delta Alpha. So here, and there's all the parking stands. We'll take our time on the taxiing because we get potentially a little bit lost here without Jim helping us. Oscar, can you please show the Boeing house livery? It's so good looking. Thank you very much, Oscar. Yes, of course I can. Let's jump outside. Let me just turn the sounds here. Just I don't. There's any issues for headphone wearers? No, we are. Here we go. It is a superb livery. I have to say, massive thanks to Jordan, one of my members, for making this. Excuse the flickering clouds here. That's just Nvidia doing it soon. And Nick, very nice music as usual. Thank you very much. Yes, the music is generally quite popular. Some people aren't a big fan of the background music. It's never playing on the ground during the really busy phases. Turned off for the takeoff and landing. I quite like it for the cruise. Just likes it. Adds a little bit of a less coolness to the stream.
204. Volvo Express 204 Adria radar, good evening. Smoke 523.
Perfect.
Stock 5232, orders for 204.
Looking superb.
456, did you call?
I love how it just blends into the Alpaca Airways and logo.
They're calling
It's so
Adria radar, stay again.
do a little flyby.
Zet 456, clear to Zurich via Tibri 3, Foxtrot, runway 14, initially flight level 120, 52.
Cool. Right, let's crack on with that approach then. So, hand over control to Jim. Thanks a lot, Jim. And we'll start sticking in the winds and all the information. So, 250 below 100. Always defaults to 240 or 250. Forecast winds coming in. God, I've got to do my fuel checks.
2 Mike Charlie, contact Milano radar 127450.
127450, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. Bye now.
Alpaca 738, Milano radar.
Milano Control, hello, Lufthansa 573, heavy with you inbound, Godra, flight level 380.
Lufthansa.
Lufthansa 573, Milano, ciao, identified, flight level 380, confirm will be final.
262 39.
Say again, Lufthansa 573.
23.
Lufthansa 573, you are identified, confirm flight level 380 will be final.
We've got 80s online, so 12625.
Yes, 380 will be final, Lufthansa 573. Milano radar, you should do 553.
Expecting runway 35 right,
Milano,
and 35 left. 35 right. 35 right for arrival, 25 left for departure. It's wind calm, 10k, 5,200 feet broken, temperature 7, QNH is 1001.
Level 310.
Alpaca 738, Milano, ciao, identified, flight level 310.
Just need to check with ATC.
Oscar, currently clear exit, echo arrival. Expect ILS to approach runway 35 right.
Expect ILS 35 right, and what was the arrival?
Alpaca 738, arrival Pexo 2 Echo.
Exit 2 Echo, Alpaca 738.
Milano, Buenos Aires, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, maintaining flight level 370 inbound to Lapab. We already have information. Oscar for. I don't know why I was telling him because he's centre.
Together. Fine. Correction. Alpaca 10 Charlie. Contact to Milano.
Don't need to tell the approach controller. I think it's because he was giving landing information to the other guy. I felt like I had to give him the ATIS info.
Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie Milano. Copied. Information Oscar correct. You may proceed direct Victor India Charlie.
Direct Vicenza, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. That one I know.
Alpaca 9 Zulu Mike, descend flight level 26.
I'll now have available, I'll now engage. Right.
Mac 002, contact Milano 126.750. Ciao. 126.75. Ciao.
So starting with the arrival, steep descent after Inler, we'll look at that shortly. So going in via
Milano, buonasera, Italia 17 Alpha,
Paxo.
330.
Two stations together, Alitalia 17 Alpha, Milano, ciao, identify flight level 330.
So there's Pexuk. We then have Mike Charlie 795, max 250 knots, that checks in the FMS. Mike Charlie 785, out above 6,000 feet, checks. Mike Charlie 880, out above 6,000, checks. Then have F gear, which is just...
For runway 35 right at Zulu, Alitalia 17
Just turn that down. Just to beam the runways, look, you can see here, F gear, max 230 knots. Below 110, out above 6,000. We've got F gear here, 6,000. It's slightly depicted incorrectly in the FMS, but it's there. Look, you've got the altitude and flight level. VNAV in the ZIBO mod's very good. It will respect these constraints. We're then going to Mike Charlie 768, out above 4,000, max 230. 761, 6,000, 4,000. Now, what I expect is that, depending on the amount of traffic, we don't go all the way here. I expect us to go direct to Inler. Now, the beauty of this arrival is these restrictions that cap you at 6,000 feet at this point, they'll put you at an altitude where you can get a direct in without leaving you too high. So I don't need to manipulate the FMS too much here. 6,000 feet at F gear. Mike Charlie 761 out of below 6,000 there. That's going to leave me in a nice position to take a direct to a 10-mile final.
40, 30, 20, 10.
Thank you very much, Matsi, for the €2, wherever you are. That's very kind. Thank you very much. And hope you're doing very well. Cheers. 768. 746, 741, max 210 knots. If we're still on the arrival here, and look at that, we're going to be miles off the approach if we go all the way down there. But that, instead of doing the conventional holds, you find that these RNAV point emerges, well, not really a point emerge, but these long RNAV arrivals are quite common there. There we are, 425, all the way in via Inler, which is the initial approach fix, at about 4,000 at 190. It's all coded correctly. I'm just going to make EC pop at about 3,000. Which I don't have coded here, we have Inler. So, there's Inler, mandatory 190. So see up slightly from here. Inler 4,000, mandatory 190 but 4,000. Doesn't mention it's mandatory as an altitude. Then we're going via Todku, which I don't have coded. I have ECPOP. Have I got the incorrect runway selected here? I do, that's why.
Zoom direct navigation corner. Easy with Julia. 2558, potential operation. Resume direct Maluk.
That's better. So via Inler to Todku. Inler to Todku. Change that to Adreba 3000. Help with a more accurate VNAV profile and CDN. It should stop those annoying constraints saying Adra above. And via Todku onto the ILS. Intercept the ILS at 7.2 DME, which is this waypoint here, Foxtrot India 3, Romeo Zulu, let's put the fixings in.
Got 2 Mike Charlie, cleared Pexuk to Echo arrival, expect ILS at Zulu approach 35 right.
Pexuk to Echo, expecting ILS Zulu 35 right, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. That's just confirmed everything with ATC.
Mike Charlie, correct. Could expect a few shortcuts, so call me a bit before your top of the descent.
We'll go Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. So he said expect a shortcut, however, as I was just mentioning, the VNAV profile should be fine because these arrivals, these constraints we have, should counteract that. So we'll plan with the original top of descent point, it shouldn't matter, but it's nice that ATC gives you that information, that's really useful. And quite common in certain places, they can tell you, look, you can ask them how many track miles can we expect, a bit more of a direct routing. So you'll probably find that this ETA here, 02, is going to knock 5 minutes off this with the shortcuts later. Perfect. So ILS, we need to finish tuning, so we're happy with the routing to the ILS. 1099, Nav 1.
5 uniform Sierra, cleared every input to Echo arrival. Expect ILS approach runway 35 right.
So that's once, twice, and 3 times. I love how he's really rolling his R's. 348 for the courses.
Expect approach to Echo arrival for ILS 35 right or 5
I checked and set the ILS at 3,000, which we checked. Minimum's 891 feet.
13255 for unit. You shall have the Alpaca 738 for sequencing right heading 300 degrees.
That's set. MSA hops, obviously be very cautious. Look, to the north you have the Alps, so very high MSAs to the north, 10,300. Got any problems with your situation awareness, head south. That's where the low terrain is, 3,000 feet. So happy with the routing. Talks about pay attention to military airports, aka don't land there. Needs to have RNAV approval, false localised capture may occur, take maximum caution, and also there's 2 runways here.
Enjoying the stream again, Captain.
Thanks, boy.
Wish me luck flying the 727 to Wennen.
Wennen? Where's that?
Previous time I got too busy fixing my navigation and my engines exploded.
Boy, Barber, thanks for the £4.39, very kind. Sorry to hear about your engines exploded when you flew into Wennen, wherever that is. Sounds like a nightmare, but very, very kind of you. Thank you very much, Boy Barber. Thanks for the continued support as well. Very funny. As I was saying, read the warnings here. VRDME requires you have to go around, typical Italy, squiggly go arounds, climb on 348 to 1450.
Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, report Mike number.
Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, Mac decimal 77.
Alpaca 738, reduce speed to Mach decimal 75.
So let's just check the missed approach. It's quite a wiggly one. Make sure we're happy with where we're going. So 1450, then a right turn as soon as possible to join radial 024 from Malpensa, 1335, so I'll put that on standby. .35. 024 until we get to 7 DME. 7 DME should be Golf. G, that's 7th letter of the alphabet, that's Golf. And then it's a right turn, 305, inbound to Serrano, 13.7 to hold, kind of 4,000. So we'll set 4,000 feet on the MCP. That's it for the missed approach. Landing 3-5 right then, Charlie Bravo, very ambitious. Delta doable, so we got 4,000 metre runway. Delta looks like just before the halfway point. So that'll be around 1,800 metres. We'll go for Delta. And from there, we'll vacate Delta Echo, cross 3-5 left onto standby Delta Alpha. That's what I'd expect. Go from there. Captain Moose.
Mike Charlie for descent, turn left by 15 degrees.
Left 15 degrees, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. So we'll just match the heading up here. There we are. Left 15 degrees. 254. Captain Moose, welcome aboard, buddy. Glad you joined the content. You'll get invited to our members only Discord. Join the custom emojis in chat as well. To all the members that joined, to be invited to the members only Discord, make sure you synchronise your YouTube and Discord. Type in Google Discord YouTube synchronisation. Follow those steps. That'll get you your invite straight away. Any problems, feel free to message me on social media or email me as well. Although I always try and find the emails as a raft of others requested. Instagram message requests now on 270 something. I just can't find myself to read them all. I do try. Anyway, Andy, love the technical term. Weekly go around, absolutely. Cool, so yeah, performance, landing, fuel. So yeah, 3 tons, when we just took standard fuel, did a single, let's just do a quick fuel check here, because I'm quite interested to see what it's like. Having just taken standard fuel for a change, it should be quite close.
45425, the front of 1362. Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, descend now, flight level 350.
Descend now, flight level 350, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. There we are, 350 checked, out into vents, and that'll get us down at 1,000 feet per minute.
738,
Top of descent in chat if you'd like, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, fuel check it, look at that, directly abeam Idrek. Idrek. So 45 minutes airborne for 42. We got a slightly shorter stint, so that makes sense. We should have 3.3 tons on board, or 3.7. So we were around 3.56 because we took an additional 200, plus we saved a bit as well with the stint, so that makes perfect sense. 2751 burned. We've burned 2.5. It's absolutely spot on what I'd expect with the shortcuts we've had on the SID. Absolutely phenomenal how accurate the fuel burn is. And remember, these flight plans, Simbrief 5 compared to real world OFBs, they're within 10 kilos, everything in a minute. It's so accurate.
Charlie, resume navigation direct to Peksuk.
Own navigation, Peksuk, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, request further descent.
Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, descent flight level 210.
Descent flight level 210, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. So LNAV.
25 meters from Sierra, contact to Milano.
There's a little graphical issue there. Did you notice when I updated the FMS? I put Peksuk in there, but it initially tried to route to the waypoint before. And again, it's just being a little bit lethargic getting over to Peksuk here. Yeah, you go. So you see I've just updated Peksuk again. I think there's a little bug in the mod at the moment where if you're on a heading, you update your waypoint in the FMS, then select LNAV, it doesn't quite route to it. Now I've updated it again the second time. It seems to have bitten onto it, going, there's Peksuk. Because it's a little bit lethargic trying to get there before. It's a little bug, the same issue I had earlier. Right, we caught the VNAV profile, so the thrust is going to idle. Fuel burns perfect. Yeah, landing performance is the only thing. Burning a ton, 60.4.
Thank you. Ciao.
And flat 30, order brake 3. The only thing to think about is if we get a massive shortcut on this arrival, my landing weight might be a bit heavier. In fact, what I might actually put is 61. The reason is that's based on doing the full routing. Be a bit more conservative, but you can see that the V-speeds are the same anyway. The VREF, sorry. Cool, all good.
Direct region, German carrier 1-2. Thank you.
That's just a really nice sector length, this one. Maybe in the cruise, not so much time to have a chat with you guys in chat, because I've got to do all the briefing. I mean, compared to the MD-80 sectors we did on whatever day that was, Sunday, that was crazy. Good fun though, I think a lot of people enjoyed that. But this sector's only a little bit longer, at I think an hour and 10. It should be even quicker on the way back, because look at this, we've been flying against a 77 knot headwind, but obviously on the way back that's going to be our tailwind. Plus with the runways in use in Zagreb, we should get a straight in on 04. So we should be all good there. Check your selected altitude, Captain. Just testing you, YBOC.
Alpaca 738, request descent.
Well done.
Alpaca 738, descent flight level 210.
210, Alpaca 738.
Awesome. Well, I hope you all enjoyed the views on this daytime flight. Oh, look, actually, oh, that was... Oh, goddamn you, Active Sky. That was just coincidence that I switched views, but that's what it should be looking like, below the clouds. Chad, what was the reason for selecting 100 feet below assigned altitude on the panel? Chad must presume that I sometimes do make mistakes. But no, sometimes I make mistakes like that for you in chat to spot it. That's why. Beautiful view though.
Yeah, Zulu runway 35 right, on air 810 Alpha. Runway 810 Alpha, descent flight level 200.
I like a lot of the pasta chat. Just going back through chat here. Bolognese, masala, and carbonara. What's going on?
50, 40,
Get on chat about
30,
pasta in chat.
20, 10.
Thank you very much, Fly with Pascal, for your donation there. Very, very kind. Hope you're doing well wherever you are. And thank you very much for your donation, sir. Grin Jones, how are you, Captain? Is this the new ZIBO? It is. 346.3. Hope you're doing well.
Alpaca 5 Alpha Romeo, contact to Milano 126.
Look at that.
750.
That's why I stress the ZIBO mod is one of the best aircraft. Look at this. Idle thrust.
Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, contact to Milano 126.750. Bye-bye.
That was me, wasn't it? Sorry, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. Say again.
Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, frequency 126.750.
126.750, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. Ciao.
Ciao. And Report, sorry, report your indicated
Yeah, it's pitching for thrust at idle, so it's like a glider essentially, and it's pitching for just the VNAV path. And look how close it is to the target speed, very, very close.
Mike Charlie
And again, like it is now differing, it differs in real life too. It's so good.
756 and speed 280, Packer 5 off of Romeo.
Correct, Austrian 5 Uniform Charlie, speed 280 knots. Radio speed 280, Austrian 5 Uniform Sierra. Austrian 5 Uniform Sierra, proceeds direct to Mike Charlie 768.
Bloodline, I know what that means in Italy. I'm not going to say that.
Charlie 768, Austrian 5 Uniform Sierra.
Alpaca 5 off of Romeo, request further descent.
Alpaca 5 Romeo Alpha descent, flight level 110.
1105 off of Romeo.
Alpaca 9 Zulu Mike, proceed direct Mike Charlie 420 via in clear LS approach from 8353.
Direct Mike,
Austrian 5 Uniform Sierra, continue descent, flight level 120.
So it's just got FMC speed because the target speed's 15 knots, indicator is 15 knots below target. Milano, radar, Chow, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, descending flight level 210, inbound to Pexug for the Pexug 2 Echo.
Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, Milano radar, good afternoon, Roger, continue descent, flight level 130.
Descend flight level 130, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. 130, set.
Lufthansa 81 Alpha, proceed direct.
Gordon Smith, have we got more potatoes from the Don today? Oh, that was so funny on that Euro Truck Simulator stream. Next job I've got in mind, guys, already. I was having a look a couple of days ago. I'm hoping to go live on Euro Truck Simulator 2 tomorrow, just for a couple of hours. I took a screenshot earlier. So our first job, we're currently in Austria. We're in Vienna. We're going to be going from Vienna to Zurich, guys. Vienna to Zurich. Carrying 15 tons of pears. Ladies and gentlemen, so if you would like to join us in Euro Truck Simulator for our trip from Vienna to Zurich along the Alps in Austria, we're going to Zurich carrying pears, and then we'll go from Zurich and see what's going on. No more potatoes for the Don.
Descent to flight level 110.
Nice little view of the Southern Alps there.
Approach Alpaca 73
do external views with
level
it.
22.7, descending flight level 210.
Yogesh, do you have any plans to upgrade your PC? Yes, at the end of this year. I think everyone that orders PCs at the moment, even Mariana's got a PC coming, is having to wait months apart, so I don't want to order something now, wait all that time. It's running okay, everything's fine.
Alpaca 738, speed 250.
It will be upgraded.
250, Alpaca 73.
Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, speed 250 knots.
250 knots, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. Right, so...
Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, continue descent flight level 120.
Descent flight level 120, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. Flight level 120.
Alpaca 738, descent flight level 130.
So
130,
250 is our target speeds. Execute. That's VNAV's put a slightly low profile, so we'll just let it catch up with itself. If the VNAV profile keeps us at 250, that's perfect.
Alright, 4,000 feet, 250.
Francis, what is your scariest IMC experience? Our building, when I had my private pilot's license, I departed Carnarvon. And there was no overcast conditions forecast whatsoever. And it was a little bit cloud building up, but it was kind of few clouds, and I departed Carnarvon going back to the east coast of the UK where I'm from originally, and it got really cloudy really quickly. All of a sudden this fog was rolling in from Anglesey, and I'd just taken off, and it was coming in, so there I had to go on top of the cloud. And I'd never really experienced this sort of cloud on top of this VMC on top, what they call it there, and I was actually really kind of like, oh, I need to go, because I had no GPS whatsoever when I was our building. I was in a 1972 Cessna with an ADF, which always seemed to want to point towards the nearest thunderstorm, not the nearest NTP. But yeah, it was thankfully, I was on the radar control, so I just requested a vector, and or I got into
Mike
effect
73,
somewhere, I
what's
think,
the QNH?
from angle
Contact
signals.
78 Malpensa,
And, it was quite quick. I think it was about 5 minutes, but I was really like, because I'd never been in that situation. But yeah, that was the scariest ever. Ever since then, I was very, very careful afterwards. Now I'll pop the seatbelt sign on, or cycle it in this case with these COVID times. It tells the camera crew we've got around 15 minutes.
5 Alpha Romeo, proceed direct to Incursion, Mike Charlie 420 and descent altitude 3,000
Look at that
feet.
now, 250 on profile.
220 knots greater.
Mike Charlie 420, descend to altitude 3,000 feet, speed 220.
So inbound now to Mike Charlie 785. Next restriction is to be at or above 6,000.
5 Uniform Sierra, speed 230 knots. Speed 230 knots, all true, 5 Uniform Sierra.
Mixter, will there be CFDLC for the ZIBO? There will be in time. Nick, yes, expects a 10 degree angle of the bank.
Fly heading 190 degrees.
Heading 190,
And Alpaca, sorry, Ryanair 6 Papa Zulu, expect the Orunda to Gulf arrival, and I will get you back on that star when I am ready.
Finham, what weather conditions are required for contrails to appear? The moisture in the air. I don't exactly know what temperature, what dew point, what temperature the air needs to be, and the humidity, but you need all of that for the contrails to work.
Back into Mike Charlie, proceed direct Mike Charlie 761.
Direct Mike Charlie 761, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. There we are, nice little shortcut, execute, something to do to our profile. It's left us a bit high, that's very common, so let's go level change. Expect it to leave us that high, and we're, oh yeah, sorry, we're under 250 knot restriction here. So I've got a level change. So I've got 250 knots, level change, but we've only got 2,000 feet to go, so you don't want to start driving the aircraft down. Level change is the quickest way you can go down for top speed. So we'll use speed brake when we get further descent later to get back on our profile. We need to be below 6,000 feet, remember, at Mike Charlie 761.
Ryanair 6 Papa Quebec, thank you, descend, flight level 1.
Yeah, James, I was going to make that comment. Does he mean the trail switch? What are you on about? So what are you talking about, James? Gwen, how many times have you flown to Cadaver? I went there a couple of times during my hobby. Yeah, it's nice. It's about a 2-hour flight from the east to the UK.
Information Papa on
So I've got 1 to go.
Ryanair 2, correction 810 Alpha, sorry, 810 Alpha, Milan Malpensa, good afternoon, descent flight level 150. Descent in flight level 150, runway 810 Alpha. Alpaca 5 Alpha Romeo, speed 180 knots.
Very busy here, Milan.
Speed 180 knots, Alpaca 5 Alpha Romeo.
Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, descent to altitude 4,000 feet, Milano QNH 1000.
It's an altitude 4,000 feet, QNH of 1,000, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. 4,000 feet, check, set QNH 1,000, speed brake's coming out now.
Speed 180, Australia 5 uniform.
Let's try and get back on that profile. Might just get a little bit. We might struggle for this 6,000 and 761 if we are. We'll advise AC. It looks okay at the moment. Passing 11,600, 4,000 feet. Standby altimeter is set.
Alpaca 738, speed 230 knots.
230.
Alpha, what aircraft can you fly? I've only flown the 737 for the last 10 years. Almost 10 years now. Previously Seneca for mission rating. PA34, and then for the PPL I did that on a Cessna 150 or 172, and also a PA28 during the
Alpaca 5 Alpha Romeo, speed 160 knots, 240 me.
So yeah, I've got about 250, 300 hours in light aircraft, and around nearly 5,000 hours on the 73.
Alpaca 5 Alpha Romeo, contact Malpensa Tower 118.0.
Too busy looking at chat. Passing 10,000, 4,000 feet to do the post-cruise checks. Fuel 4 pumps, we've got 3.5 on board. Lights. Logo is off, AP's off. Pressurization 3.0 and set. Verify seatbelts on, recall. Pre-cruise checks complete.
Good evening, Blue Panorama 455.
Gwen Jones, any military experience? No.
flight level 230210.
So VNAV, remember, is trying to give us 6,000 feet or below. I think that'll be the main restriction because of the amount of trek miles we have. So we should capture that profile by the time we get to Mike Charlie 761, which is only a couple of minutes away. So we'll keep it going down to make sure we get below 6,000 feet at this point. Remember that estimated altitude called the Green Banana is giving us the point at which we reach 4,000 feet.
Blue Pama 455 Milano, good afternoon.
Lovely end of the clouds there, look at that.
Descend flight level 150.
Nice view for Jim.
B250, descend level 150, Blue Panorama 455. Ryanair 8 Alpha Sierra, descend to flight level 110. Correction, Ryanair 81 Sierra Alpha, descend flight level 110.
Perfect, so we'll stay that speed break now, so it looks like we're going to make that restriction at 4,000. Sorry, 6,000 feet below Mike Charlie 761. Just keep it at 250.
6,000 on the QNH, 106.
Alpaca 738, descend flight level 110.
110, Alpaca 738.
Town standby, 119.0.
Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, speed 230 knots.
230 knots, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. And we're in a really nice position now to accept a straight in, or as per the star follow and comply with this. Now it's max 220, but if it's overridden by air traffic control if they give you another speed. So you see it says 220 or below, you can disregard that if they tell you to maintain a set speed, in this case 230. I'm not using VNAV at the moment because it will level us off because it wants us to maintain 6,000 feet.
Natalia 17 Alpha descend, flight level 120.
Chris, can I click the thumbs up? Do I win £5? Unfortunately not, but thank you very much for smashing the thumbs up button. Guys, if you are enjoying the stream, I implore you to smash the thumbs up button. It's very good for YouTube algorithms. So thank you very much if you are enjoying watching a 737 Captain flying the ZIBO mod in X-Plane 11. Into Milan Malpensa. Second sector will be coming up afterwards. We're going to live time, so it'll be a night flight back to Zagreb, where it'll be even busier than it is where we are now. Right, we're going a little bit further out now, so we're going to go vertical speed. Just 5 feet a minute. Otherwise, we're going to get low. So it looks like probably get slotted in behind this guy here. Eggs. Look at the ortho here.
Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, speed 1, correction, speed 220 knots, proceed direct to Mike Charlie 420.
Speed 220 knots, direct to Mike Charlie 420, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. The ATC here, by the way, has been absolutely perfect. If I was coming into Milan Malpensa, this is exactly what I'd be expecting, based off the traffic. They send you downwind on this arrival, and then just send you into the waypoint once they've got you a sequence there.
6,000, descend 6,000, QNH 1,000.
Captain moves anything for the YouTube algorithm. Who knows how it works?
Austrian 5 from Sierra, contact Malpensa Tower 119.
So just going vertical speed 500, low profile, but we have to comply with those altitude restrictions on the arrival. And it's just about trying to maintain a continuous descent now until we intercept the approach and glide slip.
Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, speed 187 knots, proceed direct to Inla.
Direct to Inler, 180 knots, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. So again, direct to Inler, further shortcut.
Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, descent altitude 3,000 feet and via Inler, cleared ILS approach 35 right.
Said 3,000 feet after Inler, cleared ILS, Zulu 35 right, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. So 3,000 feet, Chet, he wants 180 knots, so bring the speed to the up speeds.
Ryanair
And select flap 1. A little bit early, but then bug 186 knots. Now a lot of people ask me, whenever would you use flap 2? Now this is the perfect situation for flap 2 because flap 5, a little bit too much drag and we're below profile here. So let's go flap 2 and look at that. I can now bug 180 knots without having to, you could never bug below your flat placard speed, so I can't go flap 1 and then select 180 because we're below our placard speed, but flap 2, look, I now can. And it means it's a little bit more efficient for ATC then.
And that's probably a 7-1 Alpha.
I've been cleared approach as well, and nearly 17 miles per hour full lock now anyway. Conclude the approach checks, so we've got 1099 the ILS once, twice, and the ident Mike Lima Papa for the ILS, checks the FMS, Courses are 348, 348,
Ryanair
approach
6
is arms.
Papa Quebec descent altitude
Set
4
approach check is done.
Speed 180 knots, proceed direct to Mike Charlie 420.
4,000 speed 180.
Fly Pascal, better butter that landing. If you look at our last stream, guys, my landing rate was minus 8,000. Go check out the last sector we did in the MT-80 into Helsinki. Absolutely atrocious landing. Wasn't my fault per se. Right, localizer alive. Very important, as we've mentioned before. Just let me turn the Q&A show. Yeah, very important when ATC give you a speed, comply with it. So told us to maintain 180, we'll maintain 180. Tobias goes pfft. Tobias, yes. Tobias, one of my members, who's a racing god, a sim racing god. He very kindly keeps track of the statistics of all of our landings. Check out this fantastic table he's produced. Localizer alive, localizer capture, runway heading 348 set.
Ryanair 6 Papa Quebec, proceed direct inland, descend to 3,000 feet, clear Dallas approach 35 right.
Yes, wait.
Ryanair 810 Alpha, fly heading 130 degrees.
Just time localize establish as soon as we can.
Alpha 2 Mike Charlie, speed 160 knots to 40 ME.
160 knots until 40 ME, Alpha 2 Mike Charlie. Now that's very early, especially with start 32 miles, but we'll comply with it. Flat 5. Now here's a funny one, he wants us to maintain 160 till 4. 166 is flat 5. Now I'd actually have to go gear down flat 15, it's the only way to go to 160. So I know, it's a fact at my operator that we do have approval at some airports where we are approved to fly the flat 5 speed, but you best to check with AT. We also have some airports, I know for example at Gatwick, Tower 19.0, Packet 2 Mike Charlie Chow. Some airports like Gatwick are very strict, and when they give you a speed to fly, they want you to exactly maintain that speed. It can be very, very strict. Oh, I'm going to struggle to maintain the CDA here because we were sending it a little bit lower.
Aircat 5 Tango departure Oscar 7 Yankee transition initial climb at 5,000 feet, squawk 632.
Oh dear, just a tower control low ground, unfortunately. Here's glide slope alive. Alejandro, you just connected for the landing. I've been invited for a 737 NG type rating course and a well-known EU operator. Really, thank you for inspiring me during my training during these hard times. Congratulations, Alejandro. Were you here last time? I can't remember, but if it was you, I said congratulations to. Congratulations again. If it wasn't, congratulations to you. That's fantastic news. Oh, we're gonna level off at 3,000. And Milan Tower, hello. Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, establish ILS Zulu 35 right at 80 ME. Approach. His tower's 119.0. Oh, where's tower gone? He's just gone offline. There's no tower online. I'm just going to go over to approach quickly.
Not for you, continue on your present.
Sorry.
Just going to go glide slope capture, misses 4,000. Approach, hello again, it's Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. We're fully established now on ILS Zulu 25. Right, looks like tower's just gone offline.
Oh, no problem. We went 35 right, surface winds 240 is at 2 knots, continue.
Continue, I think there's someone ahead trying to get the landing clearance as well. So that's exactly what would happen. If you basically couldn't get hold of tower for whatever reason, go back to the previous one. They'll try and find out what the reason is. Obviously it's unlikely to be the issue that we're having here, where they're probably having some problems on VATSIM. But yeah, you need landing clearance.
2 Mike Charlie, traffic going around 25 right, surface winds available. In fact 360 degrees at 4 is clear to land.
Right, 35 right, clear to land. Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. He's got around because he didn't get his landing clearance. Oh, that could have been me. Oh, that was lucky. Right, better configure, gear down, flat 15, match the at speed. Landing checklist of flaps. Start switch is continuous. Recall checked. Speed brake are green lights. Landing gear down 3 green. Order brake set to 3. And flap 30. Wind's calm, no excuses today. Flaps 30-30. Green lights are on. Checks complete. Clear to land. Let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. Autopilot disconnected. And there's the order.
Alpaca 5 uniform Sierra, no problem, fly heading 155.
Thank you.
Heading 155.
Usually just says 1,000. Thanks, Jim. Nice of you to speak up for a change.
Proceed direct to make Charlie 5, question 425.
Right, 2 reds, 2 whites. Let's find a glide slope here. Just getting back onto that target speed. Around 57%. That's thrust. That's exactly where I'd expect it to be for this gross weight in the ZIBO mod. It's such a fantastic mod. The pitch and power, very, very, very close to what you find in the real 737. It is absolutely sensational. Right, top of the amber bar, fully stabilised. Jim would be saying continue. This approach, this airport from Aerosoft.
Alpaca 738, speed 187 knots.
180, Alpaca 73.
300. Natalia 17 Alpha, speed 220 knots.
Looking good.
0 knots.
Checked.
Blue panel number 455, descent altitude 4,000.
A little bit high, just got a bit higher.
Minimum 100.
Checked.
Descent 4,000, speed 220. Panorama
Check.
20.
Close.
Natalia 17
Just
Alpha,
hold the
descent altitude
altitude.
4,000 feet, QNH 1,000.
Come on.
4,000 feet to QNH 1,000.
Oh my goodness me! I was about... Oh, that wasn't great. Speed brakes up. I was about 5 foot higher than I actually thought I was. I checked way too high. Right, manual braking. 100 knots. That was not great. It's great landing though, according to the calculator. 60. Manual braking. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Milan Malpensa. Yes, unfortunately, I flared and I was around 5 feet too high. And the reason was, I checked at around 30 feet, not 20. And that's why it's quite important to check at the right height based off your rate of descent. Anyway, we're down. Reverse is stowed. Speed brakes up, flaps up.
Especially road 38, no problem, over mid 34 left, cushion 35 left, surface winds are free.
I'll aim for Delta Echo. Spilt my coffee, said Chris Kerr. Yeah, I'll look at the chat shortly.
Cushion Anatolia 17 Alpha, speed 187.
So this poor approach controller is now having to deal with landing clearance at the tower as well. Alpaca 2 by Charlie vacated 35 right, hold point Delta Echo.
Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie thanks, hold Delta Echo, hold shot 35 left.
Hold Delta Echo, 35 left, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. Perfect, told to hold short at Delta Echo. Ooh, actually, I'm not sure where the hold point is, well I think it's going to be here. So I'm not sure if someone's departing, but very important to make sure you have clearance to cross the runway. There it is, someone probably taking off.
Alpha 17 Alpha, proceed direct to Mike Charlie 425.
Love it when it's online like this. Look how busy it is. Oh, we'll try and head over towards the other alpacas for the return sector. Parking brake is set. Do the rest of the cleanup here. So we're doing a transit turnaround. So out off, trim 4 units.
35 right, surface wind 35, so 36 going away at 5 knots, clear, take the land. Echo send out towards direct Mike Charlie 588.
Yeah, Evo Express.
So trim set 4 units, auto brake 2 off, weather radar's off.
Evo Express 450,
Instruction off as well.
Milano, good afternoon, descent flight level 100.
As well. Thanks a lot, Flyer Pascal, for your donation there. It was muted at times, so it didn't ping up. He said, if you don't butter, I want my money back. Is there a refund? Uh-oh. Wish I'd seen that first. I would have tried harder. Thanks a lot, Flying Pascal. Unfortunately, we'll see. Thank you very much for your donation there. Oh, I'm so sorry. We missed the aircraft taking off, I think.
Fly headed 170 degrees.
Yeah, that was cool. Sorry about that, guys. He's just blasted off. That would have been really cool to have watched.
Ryanair 6 Papa Quebec, speed 1, correction, disregard.
There he is, look.
Ryanair 810 Alpha, speed 167, knots, control 40 and
So just wait for our taxi instructions, guys. If you just joined in, we've just been told to hold short at Delta Echo. Crossing that runway will be at Delta Alpha, so we'll keep up this chart here and see where they send us.
Austrian 17 Alpha, descent altitude
Reset the
3
clock now. It's only for the airborne and landing times.
It's for
So yeah, unfortunately with the tower controller going off, it's really increased the workload for the approach controller here. Although it doesn't look like towers now online.
Alpaca 73, descent altitude 3000.
His priority though is the guys flying in the air though. Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, do you want us to go over tower now, 1190?
Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, oh, no worries, back up 9. Ethan, please come from tower 190, Charlie, 190.
Clear to
1190, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, bye.
taxi on Papa. And,
Perfect, looks like he's online.
360.
Slight audio issues he probably has.
Papa 96, check this clear. 119.0 to tower, yeah?
I want to go over there with our friends. Actually, I could probably work out the stuff.
Airline 15 Romeo, push start approved, facing east, QNH 1000.
Okay, checking with you now.
What's going on?
Push
Carnage.
start approved, QNH 1000. Last station calling, say again, please.
We'll get you there, guys.
KLM 15 Romeo, I read you 5, go ahead.
Aviator, yeah, you don't need to ask the same thing 3 or 4 times. If you keep going like that, you'll get booted off by a moderator. I'll get to your question very shortly, guys. Don't need to copy and paste it 3 or 4 times.
Romeo, push and start approved, facing east, QNH 1000.
Push and start approved, facing east, QNH 1000, KLM 15 Romeo.
Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, clear to cross runway 35 left. Continue taxi on Papa, stand 360.
Cross 35 left via Papa, stand 360, Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, shout. Perfect, so
72713.
clear to cross the runway, so there's Delta Alpha,
Alright,
Papa,
have a push
and
start,
stand 360.
Confirm we already have...
Is that a remote stand? We've got 357. Well, you guys are more eagle-eyed than me. Can you see stand 360?
runway rate 10 Alpha on final runway 35 right.
Ah, 357.
Ryanair
Stops at 357.
Alpha, good evening, Malpensa Tower, wind 360 degrees, 5 knots, runway 35 right, clear to land.
Cross and then I'll clarify the stand
Runway
number.
35 right, clear to land, runway
I definitely had 360. But there's Papa. There might be some more parking stands here.
Easy 86, Yankee Victor, good evening, Malpensa Tower, push start approved, facing south, QNH 1000.
So what we do now in real life is just bring it to a stop here. You know where Papa is, but just confirm the stamp number.
Ryanair 6 Papa Kilo, good evening, Malpensa ground, continue taxi via Delta Echo and cross runway 35 left.
Very professional Alpaca Airways. That's Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie. Just confirm the stand 360.
Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie, confirmed.
I'm struggling to find it on the chart at the moment. Alpaca 2 Mike Charlie's not on Papa.
Malpensa Tower, Alitalia 8015,
Where is it?
ready for descent.
So usually they'll be able to get you either progressive taxi or the other way around. But here's Papa all the way, and I cannot see a single 360. So I don't know. Oh, hold on, he sent me a message.
Alitalia 8015,
Ah, but he doesn't understand.
push start approved, QNH 1000.
Push start approved, QNH 1000, Alitalia 8015.
I say I cannot find 360. I'll take
Ryanair
405.
359, good evening, Malpensa Tower, please say again.
Tower Alpaca 73 with you.
I said Roger approve. It's on the bottom of Papa. Is it? I can see. Well, he's approved us to go to 415 anyway. 405, which is just this one here. Well,
right.
Let's see if I can get there. Well, there's an Egypt Air there. This could be quite interesting. I'll go to 404. Look.
That's a 105, good evening, Malpensa
Bottom of Papa on the right.
Excellent, also 5 and Billy has clearance out to Barcelona information. Papa is on board.
360. Oh, bottom of Papa on the right.
That's a 105.
I think I'm going.
Clear to Barcelona.
I'm going crazy.
Via Farak 5 Charlie departure. Needed 8.
See, that's a little bit. What I'm going to do is just go, because Egypt's there, and this guy's really busy. Obviously in real life, I'm going to go 404.
Into Barcelona, FH 5 Charlie departure, nated 8 uniform transition, initial climb 5,000 feet, out of runway 35 left, squawk 543.
Ah, some flying cars. Great.
Squawk is a 5433. Squawk is 5433.
So kind of helping me out a little bit, because I can't find the stand number. I just said 405, there's a massive Egypt Air there. We'll just go for
5433.
That's more helping the guy out as much as possible. He's doing a tough job at the moment. Cool.
Very good evening, at Italia 1 Alpha, establish ALS Zulu runway 35 right.
I'm not sure though, where and what point we stopped though.
Alpha, good evening, Malpensa Tower, continue approach runway 35 right.
I've got no guidance coming on here, let's kind of look outside here.
Oh,
look, it's slightly behind me. Nothing to see here. That is a non-approved technique for getting back onto your stand position. Right, parking brake is set. AP is available, 2 blues. On red, edge is dead.
Tower, continue taxi via
And, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Milan Malpensa. The first ever time here on a stand which is probably not approved for a 737. A little bit of chaos there, a big Egypt missing us. I don't think it's triggered any air bridge or working air bridge in the game, so they would usually connect, but we'll forego that. Maybe I was meant to go on this stand, but there are some dash lights and a little parking there, so we are on 404 here. It's probably for an A380 or something absolutely massive. Jacob Luss, are the 737 first of us actually strong enough for a power back? Absolutely, yeah. If you were to so use them, it would send the aircraft backwards, but not approved. Right, transit flow then. Open, AP oblique can come on. Until we get GPU to get the air nice and conditioned in the cabin. Anti-collision light can come off, and that's it. Not much else to the transition outflow. Oh yeah, passengers obviously. And we advise the crew to disarm as long as open the doors, and that's it. Sector 1 complete. Don't forget to turn your lights off as well. You've forgotten something. There we go. Ah, air bridge. Auto. Is it not going to connect?
2713 taxi to Holding Point Gold Whiskey Bravo via Yankee.
Can't get the air bridge to connect, guys. I'm sorry about that. It gets rid of a little bit of immersion, but we'll have to have the air bridge on this sector. There we are. I was just wondering where it is. Perfect. Well, yeah, guys, sorry for the little distraction. I was trying to get the air bridge up, but it's not working. Sector 1 out of 2 done. Lovely. Landing was a bit rubbish, though, if I'm perfectly honest. We'll look at the replay and see exactly what happened, but a great enjoyable first sector. Here we are in Milano and Malpensa. We'll be flying back now to Zagreb. I'll just have a look at the little comments here during the taxiing. Yeah, I have no idea where stand 360 is there. Flojo said 360 was left of 357. 357 left of it. I see Papa and Quebec 23. I can't see a stand 360, but look, it doesn't matter. We're on 404 now anyway, but I see 357. I don't think that stands here unless it's somewhere completely different from this chart, but we are somewhere. Passengers are being thrown out of the L1 door as we speak, but anyway. Litoro Games says Benevito in Italio, Captino. I'll try and remember to say. Thank you, Litoro Games, and I hope you're joining on the second sector if you didn't join on the first, as we were mentioning earlier. Francois, what did you expect flight sim? Flying cars are weird. This is a flight sim after all. Unbelievable. Bloodlines says ATC stand troll. Wow, poor guy. He's working flat out there. Not his fault there at all. And I think he was having a few connection issues there. Bloodline said just scribble 360 anywhere and you'll be fine. Could have done that as another option as well. Cool. Right. Well, we'll pause the music there, and what I'll do, I'll disconnect from VATSIM, and I'll throw you guys back to the replay. So there we are. Disconnect, and let's alt our replay everything out of this. There we are. So the whole approach is very nice. Weather conditions absolutely perfect. The problem was I checked a little bit too high. I checked at around 30 feet or 35 feet, maybe a bit higher, and you saw what the result was. Whilst I was holding the attitude, instead of about a couple of feet off the ground, maybe 6-7 feet, which is why the aircraft kind of fell as it lost lift. It kind of just fell onto the main gear. So have a look here at the threshold. Just turn this fucking music down. It's so loud. Let me just look at that one more time. So you see here, here's the flare. So I started flaring a bit too high, and usually I want to be a couple of feet above the ground. Look at this, so I'm 6 foot, and I'm just holding the attitude, and then it just goes, oh, I'm running out of lift, plunk, like that. So that's exactly what happened. Just checked a little bit too high, but I did all the steps correctly, held the attitude, and then just let it settle down. If you do that a little bit too high, obviously you're going to use a bit more runway. But here it's not going to be an issue. So just remember to check a little bit lower. Obviously not too low, because you will fly into the runway, but in certain conditions that's quite beneficial. Yeah, look from there, look, checked, oops, just about 5 or 6 feet too high. And just held the attitude like you're meant to, and then it just kind of settled on the gear. You see the wings bend there. Superb. What was that? 404 stand not found. There should be a traditional VATSIM that you can go to stand 404 anytime you can't find your stand. Oh yeah! Just click there. How coincidental is that? 404 stand not found. Absolutely. What a fantastic use for a new emoji as well. I'll make a note of that. Stand 404. Listen to me, I'll take all credit. Brilliant. Well done.
300.
Right, let's look at the tower view here. Amazing. Yes, on the next log off, which will request stand 404. So you can see the same for the tower view. There's the shadow. Here comes the check now. Close the thrust, held the attitude. Yeah, just a little bit too high. And then she settled nicely on the gear. Well within the touchdown zone though. Perfect. Right guys, I'll stick you in the cabin view there. If you are enjoying the stream so far, don't forget to smash the thumbs up button, subscribe as well. We're only halfway through the day. I'll let you enjoy this lovely replay, vacating the runway, and then I'll put you back to the Be Right back screen. I'll do all the things required to set up for the next sector, and then we'll be going back to Zagreb in the middle of a busy VATSIM event. So be sure to stay tuned. Guys, I'll see you all shortly.
Continuing approach, Iberia for Fat Lima.
Right guys, back again. Thank you very much for the intermission there. I've just realised I completely forgot to do the fly live overlay. I just realised the GPU is extremely loud and annoying. Let me just go back here a little bit. Be quieter that way. Just give me 2 secs, guys. Get me fly live up and running. Nice little overlay. Quite like this song. It's quite cool. So going from Lima India Mike Charlie to Lima Delta Zulu Alpha. Call sign now, guys, is Alpaca. 4 Zulu Alpha. See what I did there with the call sign. Okay. And it should now be live. There we are. Cool. Sorry about that, guys. Always try to get everything done, but there's always something I forget there. But yes, only things I've done to the aircraft and the sim is to make it now live time. It's completely live, live time, live weather. And I've connected the GPU to the aircraft, put the GPU on the bus and turned the APU off. That is essentially everything that would go on during a normal turnaround, so that's all been done. Jim's doing the walk around. He's not, again, allowed to fly. The door will be open at this stage, and we'll just reset the flight leg. So there we are. That's now simulating all the passengers have disembarked. We've done the cleaning in the cabin, restocked the bars, and we're now getting boarding underway for the second sector. Who turned off the lights? Said Nathan. Yeah, the God of X-Plane 11. That song was pretty cool. Yes, some really nice tunes in this. It's a copyright-free playlist on Spotify, and I had to be careful going through some of them because some of them weren't copyright. I think I've whittled out all of them there, but that's a really nice one there. It's pretty cool. Perfect. Now let's get everything underway. So first thing is, let's see if there's any 80s online. There is 121625. Let's grab the weather. Find out what runway is in use for departure.
Wind calm. Visibility 10 kilometers. Broke at 5,100 feet. Temperature 8. 2.4 QNH 1001. No SIGIN. Advise on initial contact. You have information Q.
Information Q again. Information Q seems to be falling around.
This is LIMC information Quebec.
There we go.
At time 1850 Zulu. Expect ILS approach arrival runway 35 right, departure runway 35 left. Transition level 75. Wind calm. Visibility 10 kilometers. Broken 5,100 feet. Temperature 8. 2.4 QNH 1001.
1S19. Break.
That sounds very Italian, that guy. Perfect. Weather conditions are very, very nice. We have calm winds, a few clouds, broken clouds, sorry, at 5,100, and temperature of 8 degrees. So really, really nice weather. OPT, I'm just going to quickly punch in some data here for my OPT here. So 35 left for departure. We have intersections, Whiskey Bravo and Foxtrot. Oh yeah, I forgot to select my charts again. So let's have a look here. So Whiskey Bravo or Foxtrot. Oh look, should we try and get Foxtrot for departure? We'll just try and push ahead of everyone here. So we'll go via Foxtrot if we can. So dry intersection Foxtrot. Surface wind from the ATIS was calm, so I'll put -3. Temperature is 8 degrees. QNH is 1001. So that's all loaded, ready for me to do the performance later. Let's grab the clearance now. The reason is Italy has a fantastic SID setup. A lot of the airports you fly out of from Italy, they'll have a SID event, a transition, which is nothing like it says on anything on your flight plan. Even in real life, you'll have your flight plan that will say something, they'll give you something completely different. And our operational flight plan is just simply routed us from SimBrief here, direct to a waypoint called what's it called here? LTAR. There's not even any SIDs or transitions that end at LTAR, so it'll be quite interesting to what ATC gives us on our clearance here. There are some Sorrento transitions which take us east, so have a look at that. Let's just get the fuel up and running as well for the next sector. We're going to take the same amount of passengers, 174. That way I don't need to fiddle with the ZIBO EFB here. So let's go We won't go 5-3 on the next sector because there's a couple of things that we need to point out. One, it's a VATSIM event. That usually means I take an additional 30 minutes. But secondly, in Zagreb, they've got... Well, it's actually... The weather forecast has improved now. They did have thunderstorms forecast, but now it's improved. They're saying they've got a chance of 2,000 metres mist overcast at 300. So the cloud base is quite low. It could be the potential for a Cat 2 or Cat 3 like we had in Stansted the last 2 sector we flew, so we'll take an extra 30 minutes plus a bit more on top of that. So that'll be 1,200 kilos, 6.3, let's call it 6.8. That's around 40 minutes extra or so. That's a nice healthy amount. Oh, ZIBO was very happy. Look, 5 stars on the landing rate. Excellent, ZIBO. You're the only one I listen to, except when you say the landing rate's poor. Right, 6.8 on the fuel. And we can call for the fuel check. Approach rating excellent as well. Well, there you go. Whoa, I feel great. Gabstra, Sorrento, is that... Did I mean to say that? Probably not. Oh, Boy Borman, you've just purchased the superb Alpaca Airways hoodie. Welcome to the club. I saw this and thought immediately something great. I missed the rest because it disappeared. Well, Boy Borman, thank you not only for your donation earlier, where you're wishing luck for the 727 flight, was it to Wenin? But thank you very much for also investing in Alpaca Airways and buying the fantastic Alpaca Airways official hoodie. Very, very kind of you, sir. Very, very nice indeed. Yes, sorry, not Sorrento. Serrano. I meant Serrano, Gabstra678, not Sorrento. I think that might be a little bit further away. Right, anyway, let's grab the clearance now just to see what on earth we could expect. What I'd be doing as well if I wasn't sure. We can't get the clearance unless both pilots from the flight deck listening. I just confirmed with Tower, just asked them what can we expect. Now, Tower did send me all the way over to the stand with the taxi instructions. There is a west ground online at 121.9. So I might tune him up. I mean, I'll just ask him. Alpaca Chow, sorry, Tower Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha. Can you confirm we need to go to ground for our clearance, or can we get it with you? I said Alpaca on the call side. I can't hear him at the moment though.
Alpaca 782, you can stay with me.
Oh, there's a different Alpaca, but...
Over to Tower, Lufthansa 15, fully ready at Whiskey Bravo.
Yes, I did. I might have accidentally called Milan Tower Alpaca. Gabstra, yes, you probably got confused. Sorrento's near Naples. Whoops. I meant Sorrento.
126.75, thank you, goodbye, Sky up, 7285.
Everyone's on the go to Airline up to runway 35 left.
Yeah, it's Chow the flight number. Dear. Yes, we should have made our call sign Chow 4 Zulu Alpha.
Alitalia 907 Papa, we left cross runway 35 left, yeah.
Abelardo Tower Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha stand 404 information. We've copied to QNH 1001 departure clearance to Zagreb, please.
Alpaca 42 Alpha, maybe you were calling me back before. You need to go to ground for clearance, I'm sorry.
No problem. We'll go over to ground on 1219 Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha. Speak to you shortly. That was my bad, because it did have a ground controller on, but because when we taxied in I was still with Tower, and the ground controller was still
Alpha 9 Alpha Kilo, you said you request flight level is 370, confirm?
Affirm, sir, Alpha 9 Alpha Kilo.
9 Alpha Kilo, thank you. You are clear to your destination, Zagreb, by the Aircat 5000 with departure Oscar 7 Yankee. Initial climb is 5000 and squawk 5431.
That's actually complicated, that Sid. I'm glad it wasn't me grabbing that.
Clear to Zagreb, okay, 5 Tango departure, Oscar 7 Yankee transition, runway 35 left, initial climb 5,000 feet, squawking 5431, Alpaca.
I think it's a Nov 7 Yankee.
9 Alpha Kilo, Rebecca is correct.
Novira 7 Yankee.
With 1 Romeo Oscar request.
That was a really nice readback clearance from Andy, one of our members. So I couldn't even get any of that.
Blocked. With 1 Romeo Oscar, go ahead.
Yeah, we'd be able to get a push and start. We'd be able to get it straight back, push back, please.
With sir. 1 Romeo Oscar, copied, push and start is approved, QNH 1011. Correction, 1001.
QNH 1001 and push and start approved with 1 Romeo Oscar.
I saw that plainly. Ground, hello, it's Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha Stand 404. QNH 1001, looking for departure clearance to Zagreb, please.
Yeah, 2 at once. First was Alpaca 6 Hotel Romeo, confirm.
AFM 6 Hotel Romeo.
Damn you.
6 Hotel Romeo, push your start is approved, QNH 1001.
Push start approved, QNH 1001, Alpaca 6 Hotel Romeo.
And 6 Hotel Romeo, please set squawk 5403.
Squawk 5403, Alpaca 6 Hotel Romeo.
Hasta la pasta.
And the other was Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, confirm.
Affirm Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha Stand 404, departure clearance to Zagreb, please. He's probably having one look at my flight plan going, that's all wrong.
And Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, you're clear to your destination. Actually, stand by. You will need to be flying flight level 370 or 390. What would you like?
Sorry about that. Flight level 370, if you could refile Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha.
No problem, I will change that. Flight level 370 is approved. You're clear to your destination, Zagreb, by the IRCAD 5 Tango departure. Actually, stand by, your flight plan is a little bit different from the other. Give me a second.
No problem, we'll listen to Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha. And we can take whatever SID's available and then route direct to the first waypoint if it's easier.
No, actually no problem. Your first point is Saronno. There are no departure to Saronno at all from runway 35 left, but I will change your flight line in a second and I will extend the clearance.
Standing by, Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha. Poor guy, I've made his work really hard, but sim brief, yeah, I think some guys had their, maybe it was my sim brief, it gave me some dodgy direct waypoint, everyone else had the nice SIDs programmed, but mine didn't do it, so I've made this guy's work really difficult. I feel really bad now. Right, well, I can't really do much of the FMS until that's all loaded here, so we'll do what we can here. We've got the fuel coming up. Looks like fueling's done, so we'll see what sign on. That's all set there. Flight directors I can turn on as well. Until we get the SID though, can't really do much else. Water brake to RTO. Reset the fuel flow. And yeah, we just need to load the FMS at this stage now.
With 1 Romeo Oscar request
we're due off at 45, so still got 15 minutes.
Taxi Yankee and Zulu, holding point, Whiskey Bravo 35 left.
Yeah, that's unusual. I think my whole flight plan was incorrect there, because yeah, we should be at an odd level, looking to put me at 38, so I don't know when I filed that on SimBrief.
Milan, good evening, Austrian 41 information, Quebec for clearance 23.
Extreme HD simulation. If you do a Bravo Lima Alpha departure, you'll overfly my house. Very cool. Have a look at what we'll see what we get.
Alpaca 782, you can contact tower 119 at decimal 0.
119 at decimal 0, Alpaca 782, grazie, bye bye.
Busy here, look, aircraft taking off. Wow, look at this.
Alpaca 40 Alpha, I need you to cancel the first waypoint Saronno, and will be then directed to Eltar after the standard departure.
After our standard departure, direct to Eltar, and if you could advise that departure with our clearance, that'd be great. Alpaca 40 Alpha, thanks a lot for changing.
Yes, it's now coming. You're clear to your destination, Zagreb, by the IRCAD 5 Tango departure and Oscar 7 Yankee transition. Initial climb will be 5,000 and squawk 5442.
Cleared to Zagreb via the IBET 5 Tango and then the Oscar 7 Yankee transition. Climb 5,000 feet, squawk 5442, Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha.
4 Zulu Alpha, Vic is correct.
Grazie, and thanks for changing Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha. Perfect. So what we're going to do is take out Serrano, which I added to make it easier for him, and then just redirect to Eltar. So that's all done, and that was great for him. That port controller's probably maxed out, and he's had to change my flight plan for me, which in reality ATC would only do if they had lots of spare time. They'd usually ask the company to refile the flight plan. So that's all understood now. Got in there. So
Next in
that's
line was
very kind of
Alpha
that controller to
Mike
actually taking the
Zulu.
time
Are we ready?
to have actually done that for us. Superb. Right, let's now get on that. Thanks for your patience, guys. These are similar problems we face every day at work when there's confusion, especially in Italy with SIDS. They're always very confusing. So going from Milano back to Zadar, Lima, Delta, Zulu, Alpha. Call sign for the second sector is Alpaca for Zulu Alpha. Departure then, runway 35 left. So it was going to be the Kit 5 Tango, there it is. Kit 5 Tango. Just got to double check. I've got that coded in my FMS here. So there's Kit 5 Tango, that's the one. And then from there it's going to be the Oscar 7 Yankee transition. There we are. So we've got it all coded correctly. And all we're going to do is after Oscar, route direct to Eltar, and that's the flight plan all sorted. So from Eltar, direct to Adosa. Yes, the man that designs the SIDS in Italian airports, he needs to have a careful look at the mirror. Joking. Ron NDB for North 45, that makes sense. No, attitude's more like where the UK is. Director Rython. Director Gorpa. And then from Gorpa, Director Lulad. And then from Lulad, it's direct, well, not direct, it's the arrival. Lulad 1 Zulu for 04. So, ILS 04, Lulad 1 Zulu. Unsure of the transition, I've not looked that far ahead. Let's have a look here on the charts. My operator, just have a rough idea what to put in here.
40,
so,
30,
Lulad 1 Zulu.
20, 10.
There's going to be a transition via Kotor perhaps. Who's that?
Never had a cheaper CFI, learning a lot.
Thank you very much, Robert, for the £25 donation. That's very, very kind. Never had a cheaper instructor, learning a lot. Appreciate it. Very kind. Robert, I must stress, everything you're watching is purely for entertainment. Of course, it's based off my experience as an airline captain, but it is not to be used for educational purposes. But I appreciate your donation nonetheless, and I'm sure you recognise some of the things I am saying. Thank you very much, Robert. That's very generous of you. Cool. So, yeah, just bear with me, guys. I'm just checking the charts here via the Lulud 1 Zulu. The transition, I think, via Escon. Have we got an Escon transition? No, we don't. So not Escon. We do have Papa India Sierra Victor Golf. Papa India Sierra. I think that'll do for us. We can have a look later. Right, let's activate, execute. Don't need to activate, execute after checking with Jim. But he is doing the walk around still. Just check for any discontinuities. Looking good. All joined up. Perfect. So, zero fuel weight, same as the first sector, simulating 174 passengers. Reserves for our alternate, which is Pula, also in Croatia. That's going to be reserves of 2.5. Cost index, again, is 30. Remember, ATC advised we need to fly an odd level. We requested flight level 370. Again, should have been on at the start, but it's not, so we can change it. Top climb wind 276. 66, lovely tailwind today, and the average wind is 270 at 55. Which you put the first waypoint after climb, after top climb. Only a brief level segment. It's going to be a quick flight, remember. Only 50 minutes or so. 270 at 55 won't make much difference to the total. Top climb ISO deviations -2. Transition altitude here
50,
in Italy
40,
is
30,
6,000 feet.
20,
That's checked.
10.
I'm just going to punch the figures in the OPT here very shortly. Thank you very much, Ralph Boy 20 for the £2. How do you work out an arrival transition? Thank you very much, Ralphie Boy 20. So a couple of things. One, experience. I'm just familiar with what sort of arrivals you can expect at certain airports. Not in this case, but I know the Lulud 1 Zulu, looking at the arrival charts, which I have right in front of me, it terminates at a waypoint, which was a transition, which is onto the approach there. 9 out of 10 times that's the one you want to select, but be prepared in flight to change it, because ATC can change runway directions, approaches, arrivals. So it's just a rough guess based off experience and sort of background knowledge of which one to select. But thank you very much for your donation there. Very, very kind. Cool, so that's all done. Yeah, performance, guys. So, yeah, I must apologise because I didn't actually take a second screenshot for the performance for the next sector because the time difference from the start of the stream and now is too big. Weather would have changed. Our takeoff weight is 64.5. I'm going to just put that in the OPT here, 64.5. I've already put the weather in, and that's going to be giving us via the intersection. Still calculating here. Full 22k. Full 22k again with no assumed temperature, 91.2 tons. So full 22k at 91.2, 91.2 N1. I'm losing the plot already. 91.2 tons. Let's start the APU, and that shouldn't be saying 91.2 already. It should be a little bit higher, and then it should drop. We'll leave it for now. Flap 5. V speeds are 39, 39, 45. They're all in a knot, so we can accept them. And 145 coming up. Superb. So that's all set. Trim 6 units. There are 6 units of trim in as well. Perfect, and that's via Foxtrot intersection for our departure there, as we pointed out earlier. We now need to select all these SIDs and departures. This will be fun. So remember, we're on stand 404. It's going to be 3-5 left, so we're going to taxi. Jeppy charts, I just don't like them. I mean, how could you navigate using that? My operators are a lot clearer. Well, you've got the taxi parking stand, so out via Papa or November. Onto Kilo or Whiskey, most likely Whiskey. And then once we're Whiskey, all the way, remember we took Foxtrot figures. We can actually depart via Foxtrot instead of a Whiskey Bravo or Golf Whiskey. So that's great for us. Now let me try and find all these departures and transitions. So, going over here to the nav page. I'm going to have to make a note of these. It's always difficult to remember what they all are called. So it's the Kit 5 Tango, and then it was Ostia 7, or no, Oscar 7 Yankee departure, or transition. There we are, so I've made a note of that. Departures, let's choose one of the 40 million thousand departures from here. Find the Kit 5 Tango. Ked, not Kit. Ked. There we are. Kid 5 Tango then, which have been cleared. Kid 5 Tango. Straight ahead, left turn, inbound Mike Charlie 263 after 1200 feet or above. That checks the FMS. We're then going out to Mike Charlie 624. That checks, then it's a right turn inbound to Mike Charlie 632. Max speed throughout this entire initial turn is 210, then 230, so we can use VNAV to comply with that speed. It's above the up speed, so we can also clean up for that departure, and then let's continue onwards to Urquid, and then after Urquid, it's the Oscar 7 Yankee transition. Oscar 7 Yankee, there we are. So that departure takes us all the way to Urquid, which here then Oscar 7 Yankee, sorry. It is so, these flipping charts, man. Going via Serrano, which is 13.7. We'll pop that active here. And I'll stand by there. Sorry, stand by both sides. We're going to be going from there to Ori. Ori is an NDB 376.5. Okay, this is just back up. Can't set to 0.5 on the end. ADF there, and then from Oscar 95 or above inbound. Sorry, Oreo is 95 or above, and then 125 or above for Oscar. It proceeding via Airway Lima 615. It's 110, but it's not. We're going via 125, and then we join our flight plan. What a mess, but it works. That's how Italian SIDs work. They have initial departure SIDs and then a transition SID on 2 different plates to follow. So on that initial turn, it's all RNAV based. Don't need to tune anything. It's all ready to go. Right. The spaghetti olio el serio. Yeah, we might as well call it that, list of it. Rename the SID. That's Italian SIDs for you. Right, APU's up and running on the bus. APU bleeds on. We then complete the before takeoff checklist, before start checklist, which is all done. MF4A, just want to double check. 20 is quite high here. 2179. It's also an NADP2 departure here. This is the actual official OPT. Oh, there's also an emergency SID here, engine out SID. So 3 DME from Mike Papa, which is 1335. Make that active our side here. This is in the event of an engine failure after V1. So there we are. Oh, I don't want these little DME rings. How do I? That's all ZIBO mods. I updated the ZIBO mod and it literally reset everything. It's been quite a pain, really. Let's go for all of this. It's the green dashed line from the radial. We don't have that on my operating. It's a bit too much information on the ND. I don't like that. How do I turn that off? ND track up. ND distance rings. Yes. Yeah. Long straight winglets. Satcom landing pulse lights. Can't remember how to turn that one off. It's fantastic now. The mod has so many of the features offered by Boeing now. It's really quite impressive. But apart from the option of being able to select the radials off, but I can't remember how to do it. But that's a bit of a pain because it just means I have the radial on the ND there, which I think is a little bit too much information here. So it's not under display and variants. It's not going to be under hardware, that's for sure. And it's not going to be... Oh, general config? Ah, VOR radial course off. There we are. Just quick save all that. Perfect. Sorry about that, guys. So yeah, if we have a problem, we're going to climb straight ahead till 3 DME and make a left turn inbound to Nelab. So what we could do is type in here Mike Papa /3. So if you look here at that fixed ring there, we need to then make a left turn to Nelab. Correct. 3 DB Mike Papa, make a left turn to Nelab. So you go all the way the long way round. And over the airfield. That's very unusual, but it's what it says. 3 DMEs, Mike Papa, left turn to Nelab, which is here. And then climb to the hold at Nelab to the MSA. MSA in that sector is... Can't find it on the arrival chart here. 3,000 feet, so we climb to 3,000 in that case. There you are. Guys, that's the... Yeah, if you had an engine failure after V1, climb straight ahead until 3 DME, left turn all the way around, 270-degree turn inbound to Nelab. That's what we do. Cool, right, we're due off now in 1 minute, well, 1 minute to go. Let's get the better pushback called. Just connect first.
Ground to cockpit, tow is landing up.
Ciao, sir. Buonasera. Got the Italian ground crew here, very realistic. Matchy M, see you guys later, thanks for coming in. And Sim737 says wants to fly Butter 1 departure direct to bread with Vino transition. Unbelievable. A lot of Italian bits and pieces coming in this evening. I'm very upset that we've lost the Alpaca Airways livery here. I need to check that, why it's deleted. Brett, in the real aircraft, are the V-speeds calculated in the FMS as simulated? Absolutely, yes. We have to compare them with the OPT speeds, and they need to be within a knot. If they're not within a knot, we have to use the speeds from the OPT.
Contact the tower on 119.0. Have a good flight. Bye bye. No, Davide.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
What was that? Sounds like someone messing around, I hope not. So we'll just wait for that to be completely connected. And then, yeah, we'll push back. Most likely to face east, I think. I'll call it now. Ground Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha stand 404, request push and start. It's the mystery. Got it? Never fly to Italy. Absolutely not. It's a bit different to some other places, but it's all there. Milano ground, Alpaca for Zulu Alpha, stand 404, request push and start. Oh, ground's offline. That's interesting.
Level is 5,000.
Never advised.
Departure runway 35 left. Record is 5453.
Just towering
November
in.
522 is departure.
November Victor Foxtrot.
Oh, one thing that we didn't get, I just noticed, look at that. What was our sit stop out? I haven't set the squawk either. Oh dear, oh dear. Squawk 5442, and it was 5,000 feet. So, that's why there's two of us. It's so important to check.
Victor Foxtrot, readback is correct. Call me, we're ready for taxi. Pushback, sorry.
Good evening, here, jet range.
There you are, so 5,000 feet on the kits, and then the Oscar 7 Yankee.
35 right, wind is calm.
Jet range 214, 35 right, and the wind is 94.
Tower, very good evening. Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, stand 404, request push and start.
126.75, bye bye.
Milano 126, I think you bye-bye, night line.
Tower, good evening. Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, stand 404, request push and start.
Alpaca 404, give me a second, I need to find you.
Did I say Alpaca 404? Did I say that? Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, stand 404, request push and start. Did I say 404?
Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, sorry sir. Push and start approved.
Push start approved, Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha. Did I say Alpaca 404? I might have done. I might have put the words in his mouth. Packs off, anti-cushion lights on, parking brake is set, transponder is out off. There we are, checks complete.
Blue Panorama 454, push and start approved.
Push and start approved, 454.
Ground to cockpit, please.
Tower Winter 53 Tango, requesting clearance to Zurich.
Something like that.
So connected and bypass.
Tango, you're clear to Zurich
Parkway released. 6 minutes behind schedule.
Bravo Lima Alpha 5 Lima departure.
Pushback, can you make
Canne 5 Victor transition. Initial altitude 5,000 feet.
No, you said it right. Thanks, this I wasn't sure if I said Alpaca 404. This stand's going to come back to haunt us, I fear. Excellent. All the way to Croatia.
Clear to Zurich via Bravo Lima Alpha 5 Lima. Canne 5 Victor transition, 5,000 initial altitude and squawk 5456. And can I ask a question, please? Swiss 5 Tango, readback is correct. Yes, you can ask the question. So I got a problem with the transponder as I'm in a real cockpit. And the lights are keep flashing, so it will die in, I think, 5 minutes. Can I turn on the transponder already, please? Affirmative, sir.
Is it a real aircraft? His transponder's gonna die. Oh. Gabstra, oh my god, he sounds so Italian, I feel at home. Superb. Well, starting now, engine number 2.
Austrian 41, taxi to holding point, Whiskey Bravo, runway 35 left, via Yankee and Zulu. Yankee Zulu, holding point, Whiskey
And then 1 and oil pressure.
Pensadore, ciao, buonasera, this is Italia 2 Tango with you, full established, ILS 3 Airline.
All'Italia 25 Tango, Malpensa Tower, buonasera, continui l'avvicinamento, numero 2
Blood, like, can you hear the gesticulating? A lot of hand movements, you can just tell on the radio. Starter cutout 24632 stable, starting engine number 1.
Operation complete, set button click.
Parking brake set, disconnect.
Disconnecting to standby.
We say disconnect to our bypass been advised. Yeah, nice airport, this one from Aerosoft.
Austrian
Yeah,
Charlie Fox.
when I was choosing this sector, I looked at the airports I'd purchased. I thought, well, look, I actually bought this airport for the Group 5. I've actually flown into it.
Oscar 7 Yankee transition.
25%.
Initial altitude 5,000 feet, squawk 5457.
Is that the same voice back as Zagreb? No, it sounds like this is a lot more Italian than the one we heard.
Oscar 7 Yankee transition, initial climb 5,000, squawk 5457, Oscar 5 Charlie Fox.
Oscar 5 Charlie Foxtrot, readback is correct, call me for pushback and start up.
I think that's start and push, Austrian 5 Charlie Foxtrot.
Push. Oh, did he sound in Russian? Did he sound very Italian?
Austrian 5 Charlie
Can't see it.
Foxtrot, start up is approved.
Storage is connected and bypass pin has been removed. Send signal on the right. We'll see you next time and
Yeah,
have a safe
a little Russian perhaps.
Lufthansa 1 Charlie requesting taxi.
Generators on APs on.
Lufthansa 1 Charlie, taxi to holding point Whiskey Bravo by Romeo and Yankee and Zulu.
Holding point Whiskey Bravo
Flight
by
controls,
Romeo,
make sure it
Yankee
shows us the
and
bypass
Zulu.
pin.
Lufthansa 1 Charlie.
Full forwards, full back, left and right. Show us the bypass pin.
25 Tango, clear
do the runners.
clear to land, runway
Full
35
right,
wind
full
is
left, recall, blank the lower DU.
Wind
Turn off the dome light here. That's exactly what we're doing in
That's
reality.
3214, continue taxi, Echo.
See how bright it is from the flood lighting outside, it's pretty cool.
30, 20, 10.
Sim 737 pilot. Oh dear. Thanks for $2. Please say hasta la pasta before handoff. Oh no, don't. No.
That's 3214, taxi to holding point Echo Whiskey. Clear via Echo Mike, clear to cross runway 35 left.
Flying Belgrade said, King of the Skies, yeah, we could look at going there soon. It's funny that the guy sounds Russian, the one in Moscow sounded Italian. Daniel, I assume close means close the throttles, but what about check? Daniel Ralston, type in YouTube search, flight deck to sim landing tutorial, and that'll tell you exactly what the check close hold technique is. Is he going to read back the clearance, that guy?
Station calling, full sign only. Your wings 234 Tango Bravo.
Oh, is that Morocco? What was that, the guy that went with us?
By Bravo Lima Alpha 5.
Joe says, please.
Cannes 5 Victor transition, initial altitude 5,000 feet, squawk 5460.
Unbelievable.
Clear to Zurich via Bravo Lima.
Daniel Ralston, fakes listed in, flight listed, fakes listed in as well. But check it, he's exactly explained what check is, yes.
5,000 and squawk 5460.
Why is he going?
Air Wings 34 Tango Bravo, readback is correct, call me when ready for push and start, brake, Austrian 421, clear for takeoff,
That's
runway
alarming when he's heading
35
straight towards us.
left,
I think he's going on to
wind
Kilo.
is calm.
Good takeoff 35 left, Austrian 41.
Alpaca for Zulu Alpha, request taxi.
Push and start.
Alitalia 17 Alpha.
Preference the Italians,
Pushback is
unbelievable.
approved, standby for, wait. Startup is approved, standby for push. Brake, Austrian 5 Charlie Foxtrot, pushback is approved.
Push approved, Austrian 5 Charlie Foxtrot.
Alpaca for Zulu Alpha, request taxi.
Alpaca for Zulu Alpha, taxi to holding point, Whiskey Bravo, runway 35 left, via Papa and Kilo.
Taxi Whiskey Bravo 35 left via Papa and Kilo Alpaca for Zulu Alpha. Perfect, so straight ahead Papa. First right's going to take us Yankee, we don't want that. Second right's Kilo. On to Kilo, we can go all the way to Whiskey
Blue
Bravo.
Panorama 454,
Which is full length here. If we're ready via Foxtrot, we'll request departure via Foxtrot. So that's all
Whiskey
good.
Bravo
Right.
via
Like
Papa
brake least.
and,
Clear left. Thanks Jim, clear right. Config.
Taxi behind the
warning, we're on our way.
737, holding point Whiskey Bravo 35 left via Papa and Kilo, full Panorama 454.
Towers with 53 Tango ready to move, extend 391.
Austrian 421, contact Milano radar on 126.75. Bye-bye.
It's hasta la pasta or rejected takeoff, said Hans. They said when I check out of Italian airspace, I'm going to say hasta la pasta.
Jet 313214, I gave you the clear already several times. You're clear to cross runway 35 left.
Someone's having a mare on ATC.
302 via...
You want to get Jack's new toys on his birthday?
Can I show you the house?
Later, not whilst I'm taxiing. Unbelievable. I only went and bought Jack some toys today. Right, so we're on the Kilo taxiway now. Sorry, the Papa taxiway. Oh my god, I'm losing this plot here. On the Kilo taxiway, sorry, Kilo. Unbelievable.
Alitalia 17 Alpha, pushback is approved now.
So we're going all the way down here.
Thank you, pushback approved.
To Whiskey Bravo. Which is just here, but if we can, we'll take Foxtrot, guys. If we can, we can take Foxtrot. Right, let's do the before takeoff checklist. So config we checked, flaps we have 5 green light, stab trim set for departure, 6 units set, takeoff briefing, PAX auto bleeds on, V speeds are set, 38, 39, 45, no V speeds on the PFD. Departure then is going to be an Urquit 5 Tango and then an Oscar 7 Yankee. Oscar 7 Yankee straight ahead, 1160 feet, then a slight left turn, Mike Charlie 623, stop climb 5,000 feet. There's Juliet Bravo, yeah, so next right for Foxtrot we'll try and take. There is an engine out SID, so if you have an engine failure after V1, we're going to climb straight ahead 3 DME until we get to this fixed ring. And I'm actually going to make a left turn 270 degrees until we get inbound to Nelab. We'll climb to the MSA 3000. We'll go 4,000. That's it, NADP 1, so we'll accelerate at 3,700 feet. And that's it. Check's complete. Imagine the cabin secure, and here comes Foxtrot. Is there anyone departing before us? Looks like there isn't, so what we'll do, save a bit of time, we'll see if we can depart via Foxtrot.
Pushback and startup are approved.
Tower 865, it's a Type A320 on down.
As soon as you reads back this clearance, we'll request ready for departure, able via... You can't really see it at the moment, but there's the intersection there.
Easy 65, stand by for clearance. We are building it right now for you.
poor guy.
Tower, you're awake before takeoff, Bravo ready for.
Maybe in about 2 minutes, maybe. Only maybe. My professionalism, I take very seriously in my life streams. I'm not going to say hasta la pasta.
Easy 65, you're cleared to your destination via Irked 5 Echo departure. The transition is
so now, now I've stopped, is again, you know, it's not much point, you might as well just carry on going, but just for the sake of the exercise, I'll ask him and tell him we're ready, able Foxtrot.
Easy 65, hold your read back please, brake, jet 3.
He's probably too busy for me here, so guys, yeah, if, you know, trying to get Foxtrot is great, but if you're sat here waiting, there's no point. I'll just tell him we're able Whiskey Bravo at least. But I think people are having nightmares reading back clearances at the moment. It's a tough airport here. Giacomo, straight ahead. Yes, I know I need to go straight ahead, buddy, but I was ready to go and I wanted to see if I could go via Foxtrot. But I'm now going to say we can go via Whiskey Bravo.
No problem. Just turn the first right on Kilo, then left on November, and your stand is the first on the right.
But yeah, we'd have been just sat there waiting, and they might as well just use the full road we have available.
Italia 25 Tango, give way to Airbus A319, coming from your left to right on Kilo.
Oh, there's a Lufthansa there. No! Can't let the Germans beat us. Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha ready for departure. Enable Whiskey Bravo. See if we can get in front of the Germans. Come on, you could do it. You could do it.
Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, hold position please. Back break, Lufthansa 18 Charlie. Where are you going, please?
Lufthansa 18 Charlie, apologies, we missed the turning. Shall we take a right and go back round to come back to Whiskey Bravo?
Negative, sir. Go left on Golf Whiskey and hold there, please.
Yes, that makes sense.
Go left,
But
Golf
we can go Whiskey
and
Bravo.
hold
We can
there.
go. Let's get in
Lufthansa
front
18
of
Charlie,
them.
sorry about that.
No problem at all. Back break, Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, clear for takeoff, runway 35 left. Wind is calm.
Via Whiskey Bravo, runway 35 left. Clear takeoff. Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha. Superb work. Thanks, controller. This controller's doing very well because he's obviously a lot of people struggling here with certain things, and he's keeping very calm with the situation here.
Dewey 1750, taxi to holding point Whiskey Bravo via
So there's Whiskey Bravo. We've been cleared for takeoff.
Taxi to holding point, runway 35 left, Whiskey Bravo via Airline Instructor.
353 Tango, ready to taxi.
Yeah, weather radar's on, transponder to TR8. There we are. So
53 Tango,
MCP is set, transponder is TAR8,
Bravo Whiskey.
strobe lights are on, landing lights are on, weather radar's on, checklist is complete. Excellent. Tokes in chat, guys.
53 Tango.
Austrian 5 Charlie Foxtrot,
And we'll do a rolling departure again. 2 in a row.
Austrian 5 Charlie
There's a timer.
Foxtrot, hold position please.
There's 40%.
Hold position 35 Charlie.
And then just fully stabilised. Said take off for us. Oh my god. 91. Looking for 91.2. Take off thrust set indications to all light forward pressure.
Jet 3214.
Check to release forward pressure.
One on your right. 302.
Lufthansa 18 Charlie and Golf
V1 rotate.
There we are, we go. 2.5 degrees per second.
Lufthansa 18
Big quick
Charlie.
there. And we're airborne.
Line up and wait, runway 35 left.
Gears going up.
Line up and wait, 35
And
left,
trim.
Lufthansa 18 Charlie.
Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, contact Milan Radar on 126.175. Bye bye.
We'll just confirm frequency Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha. Very early.
Alpaca 40 Alpha, frequency is 126.75.
126.75 Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha. Thanks a lot for the great ATC, sir. Bye bye. I'm not going to do that.
Bye bye.
I'll do it. Mariana, what are you doing?
No way.
You absolute joker. Command. It's an ADP1 bugging up at
3,700.
3,700.
I thought you copied it. You are cleared to your destination
Absolute
via
child.
Irkid 5 Echo departure.
NADP1, so I'm going to bug up at 3,700 feet. I'll say hasta la pasta next time, but Mariana's honking dog toys. No, you can't do it again. Stop doing it. Sod off. Unbelievable. 3,700 feet, guys. We bug up at that point. We're climbing to an altitude, so let's wait until there. There we are, 3,700 feet. That's 3,000 feet AGL. Bug up. Climbing to an altitude, so don't set standards. Flaps one.
1,000 to go.
And as soon as we selected flaps up, we'll contact the controller. Well, that's very high, 1.3G manoeuvre speed. Highly realistic though for David. I have never had a first officer honk a pig's toy. Go away, flaps up. Milana, hello, Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha. Climb 5,000 feet, and we're on the Irkit departure, then Oscar 7 Yankee.
Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, Milan, good afternoon. Roger, Clyde, flight level 190.
Confirm cleared flight level Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha. Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, just confirm the cleared flight level, sorry.
Flight level 190.
climb flight level 190 Alpaca for Zulu Alpha. Perfect. 190 set, VNAV,
CityJet 731 descent.
set standards,
6,000
passing
feet,
5-3, flight level
130.
190, and that's it. After takeoff, check this coming up. So, key off, brakes off. Don't go in the cabin just yet. Start switches can come off. Air conditioning and pressurization 1.9 climbing, and that is set. And recall, there we are, jet's complete. Look at the Alps there. Look at that. Oh, into the IMC now though. 7 degrees, anti-ice on. Checks complete. Jumping from White Cat 3 when you have Pink 3. What has happened? I'm just here, you know, being professional, explaining the departure NADP 1, and she just sneaks up behind me. It'll be so on a Discord that puts up to it there, but unbelievable. Children! Capture, the controller here sounds very professional, saying Hastel and Pasta will be very hard. Yeah, I don't want to. Just don't want to. Right, look at that, on top of the clouds now. And we can see the stars shining. We can take the engine over the ice off. Lovely.
Right, F50, sorry, 705, proceed direct to Mike Charlie 420.
Proceed direct to Mike Charlie 420, line 70.
So there's the Serrano VOR active. On box 2. And our ETA is 9 o'clock on the hour, 50 minutes from now. Very nice.
Land radar Lufthansa 18 Charlie with you at 4,000.
It's definitely not German. Now 100, 190, pre-cruise checks. Fuel 4 pumps, we've got 6-1 on board, pop all the lights off now. We've got to turn the logo light on, APU's off, pressurisation, 3.2 climbing, and that's set. COVID times, leave passengers in for now, recall checks complete. Chris Curtin, we've just passed to 10,000 feet. Oh no, we're not going to be flying in Italy again anytime soon. All the too many Italian stereotypical comments coming in here, and banter. Very much like it, but I know some of the Italians here are enjoying it. Superb.
Lufthansa 189, climb flight level 110. Direction Lufthansa 18 Charlie, climb flight level 110. Lufthansa 18 Charlie, climb flight level 110.
Jojo girls say fly to soon. This one in particular, you have to keep a close eye on. Oh dear. 8 years nearly. I don't know how I've still got my hair left. I've got only a little bit left. John Smith, what's the difference between heading and a course? Heading is the direction the aircraft is pointing. The course or track is where the aircraft is going. Or track as it's defined as. When it comes to approaches, your course is the same as your final approach track, the direction where you want to be going. The heading is the nose of the aircraft, you point it into wind to calculate any drift to ensure you maintain that track, which is often the course you're flying. Dr. Pye is the answer, airstairs, looking for a giveaway based off our last stream. Simfly UK, good evening from Cornwall, good evening to you, sir. Guys, if you are just tuning into the stream, we just departed Milan Malpensa on our second sector. We're going now eastbound, back to Croatia, back to Zagreb. We should be landing in approximately 50 minutes to an hour. Busy VATSIM event there, we'll see how busy it is. We're taking about 40 minutes additional fuel. Potential low visibility there later. Very busy.
Yeah, in the
King Diaco 741, proceed direct to inland. Correction, CityJet 731, proceed direct to inland.
Proceed direct inland to
Perfect. Mr. TW, Marianne is quite the jokester, I know. Unbelievable.
Alpha 40 Alpha, contact
go find my frequency.
Alpaca 450, climb for light level 380.
45 Zulu. It's a different call sign, but...
Good evening, with 53
Very
Tango.
speed, he's only got one to go, because he said a different call sign, you know, just wait. Because there's a lot of alpacas around tonight, so just might have been calling for someone else.
Line for light level 1, correction, maintain 6,000 feet.
Maintain 6,000 with 53 Tango.
Alpaca 40 Alpha, climb flight level 380.
Climb flight level 380, Alpaca 40 Alpha.
Ryanair 50.
So there are 380 sets. VNAV, 380 set once, twice in the MCP, and we have to put, remember we put 370 on the flight plan, but they said we, hold on. Yeah, so, remember, we had in our flight plan, here, give me the Milan charts. There's a little bit of confusion here because we incorrectly filed 380. The tower controller correctly changed that to 370, but I think this controller's just looked at our flight plan and just cleared us to 380 again. So it is a non-standard flight level. So I will put 380 in there once, twice, 3 times. It should be an odd level. But you can fly non-standard flight levels. So push out into vent to update the cruise altitude, so that's set 3 times. And make sure again we're monitoring. Unicom 21.5. Sorry, I call it Unicom now. International Distress Frequency on 21.5. And log into CPDLC.
Climb flight level 190.
Chad says Alpaca falls in after direct sus. What happened to Among Us? I was playing that. I think everyone's waiting for that to go back. Just like going for the 3 times a lady again. Glen's loving the tunes, very cool. Simfly UK, where do you think is your favourite approach to flying real life and in sim? Malta, I'm going to Malta, I can't wait till I go to Malta. Alicante, I like going to my old base as well, anywhere in Spain. I don't see fly anywhere right now. Well, actually, to be fair, I wouldn't want to be flying this week in Northern Europe. It's frigid temperatures and heavy snow everywhere. So I'm kind of glad not to be flying.
Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, contact Milano radar 127.45, bye-bye.
127.45 Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha. Ciao.
Ciao.
Radar Buenos Aires Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, climbing flight level 380 inbound to Ori. Yeah, 27450. Milano Centre, Buenos Aires Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, climb flight level 380 inbound to Ori. Hello. Milano Centre Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, how do you read?
Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, sorry, I didn't have my auto for VATSIM. You're identified, you can climb flight level 380.
Good evening, and climb flight level 380, Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, thank you. Perfect. 380 is...
Milano, buonasera, Sierra Papa Colima Foxtrot, inbound Bigos, with you.
I'm with you. Joe Drake en route diversion tutorial would be pretty cool. That's something I've not covered actually. I've done a tutorial. One of my earliest tutorials was a diversion at destination, so we simulated, for whatever reason, the runway's closed. Not much really changes. You just choose a suitable alternate and go from there. But that's something I can cover. I've got something planned for Thursday already, but I can change it over to that. It's for me to make the tutorials. I always try to make to a really high standard, really go into a lot of detail and in-depth and stuff. So I don't like to rush them out. I like to practice.
40,
so I'll look into
30,
making one with you there.
20, 10,
10 miles an hour towards Zagreb.
Thanks, Isai, for the $2. Very kind. Says with you. Thank you very much. If you wanted to trigger the Microsoft thing, it's £3. Changed it now. But thank you very much, Icefire. I hope you're doing very well. We will miss you obviously around the Discord. Thank you very much for your donation. Bloodline chat, it's outrageous. It is most nights. Jonathan, so if you're controlling in VATSIM, could you sign on anywhere in the world? I think how it works, Jonathan, we're discussing this recently with some controllers in our Discord. Once you get your license, let's say, to control, you can only stick to that country. I think you have to apply to go to other VATSIM regions, or you can go there as a guest or an invite or something, but you can request to go out of base there. But I'm not the guy to ask that. Icefire doing good, just trying to cut down on the monthly subs. Absolutely, buddy. We'll have different commitments, but I hope you're doing well anyway. And, if you ever want to come back, you'll always be more than welcome to come back. Always like to see you around here. Still got your flight data sim livery as well. Yeah, on your mate. That's very cool. Abe, I'm the Royal Emirate back in Zagreb. By the time I arrived in Milan, you were already requesting clearance. Terrible FPS. Sorry to hear that.
Milan Control, good evening. US 5706 will be flight level 360.
2579 Victor Banano, Central identified.
Not much point doing an external view at night. It's exactly how it would look. You wouldn't be able to see anything except the outline of the aircraft in the dark.
Very 8761 Milano identified, climb flight level 390.
Could a little bit faster. Here's a top tip for you. If you ever forget which nav light's on the left and the right, so it's the red on the left and green on the right, think about a ship. A ship turning left would be port, and a ship turning right would be starboard. The way I used to always remember that is port on the left is the wine from Porto in Portugal, and wine's coloured red. So that's how I always used to remember when I was learning to fly 20 odd years ago now. Well, maybe 15 years ago. It's how to remember which colour side. Red is the colour of the port wine. Port's to the left. There you go. Top tip for the day. Raycon room is spreading that you set a new record. Minus 8,000 feet per minute will be the new standard. That was not my fault. Enjoy your scene. Listen, I've always remembered that as a water tap. Left is red for hot. Yeah, that's one way of doing it. There's loads of different ways of remembering different things in aviation. Rank angle 10. Excellent. Francois, you remember the lights the same way. So cool. I can't remember how. I can't remember who told me that. I'm sure I read it, or I was obviously read it, or someone told me. But, that's really cool. Flightzilla, that's the way they tell us now, must be copying you. Well, there you go. I like that. There's always a little bit of port left in the bottom. Russell Gacy, this is the one. Yeah, port left, both 4 letters. Very good. And you're quite right, Lucas, if the red is to the right, it's coming towards you. Perfect. Right, let's have a little look at the VATSIM map, see how hectic it is in Croatia this evening. Obviously, we're flying back to a busy VATSIM event. I know that I'm actually on the real flight radar there. Doesn't look too bad. There's actually no centre radar online. There is in Eastern Italy. Not a lot of VATSIM controllers. There's a lot of traffic going between Zurich and Frankfurt.
Victor, report mark number to Swiss radar 128.055.
So yeah, it looks like it's quite a steady stream of traffic going into Croatia, so into Zagreb, but no, it doesn't look like anyone's holding. We took a bit of extra fuel for the event, plus potential low visibility. Captain Bagov, you've just got furloughed from flying today. I want to apply to fly for Alpaca Airlines. I have a juicy CV. Thank you very much for your interest. Listen, I actually once tried to research how the colours came about, but I only got as far as it came from ships. Well, that's true. Yeah, but why are ships' lights red, left and green? Right, that's an interesting list. I wonder if anyone here in chat knows why a ship's left light is red and starboard is green. Why and where does that come from? I remember watching a programme years ago about flags and the history of shipping flags. They had all sorts of different flags. I can't remember any of it. Chef's Dad, what's your background? Have I asked that before? I can't remember, but are you an engineer or flight crew? You know your stuff, you're always replying with useful information. Flights you did your first to behold the other evening at Manchester, but had to do it manually in the A32NX. Is that the fly-by-wire? That's, yeah, last time I flew that, it was the first time I flew it, they hadn't implemented, well, what do you call it, VNAV? I don't know. You couldn't descend in the VNAV brackets. Aaron Davis, it has to do with the buoys in the water. The term is red right returning to ensure you're on the correct side of the channel. Well, there you go. There you go, learn something new every day. We're lumbering up to our top of climb performance here. It's exactly as I expected to be, around 20 minutes at this rate to get up here. Managed descent. Have they got that working now, Jonathan Padford, in the fly-by-wire? Someone told me it has a working printer. That's pretty cool. Bloodline was hoping to hear your thoughts on KLM's world's first flight from Chicago to Madrid with a 500 kilo part synthetic kerosene on board. First I've heard of it, Bloodline. Didn't even British Airways announce today that they would be sourcing some of their jet fuel from a sustainable source now, or fuel that's made from non-carbon sources, like, or, you know, it's not from oil. I don't know if it was correct, but yes, I suppose that's a good thing. It's made some progress. VNAV isn't fully functional yet for descending though. Okay. Russell, bio-kerosene, very cool. Simfly UK, I think you already commented that. I have not read it back, sorry. My favourite approach is runway 03 into Lanzarote in Sim and as a passenger. Also thanks to the ZIBO tutorials I did earlier. Very cool. Simfly UK. Lanzarote, lovely destination. Approach to 03 is nice. Approach to 21's a bit tricky there though. Loaded off nicely at the cruise.
Requesting 3-minute break from the flight deck.
I wouldn't mind that. Look at that, only 80 miles from top of descent. I don't have time for a little break from the flight deck. Let's start setting up for this approach. Flight said, how are you getting on in real life in terms of getting flight time? Not very well, unfortunately. Nothing I can do about it, but I am in the sim at the end of the month, which is pretty exciting. And that's for two reasons. One, my 6-month sim check is due next month, but they're bringing it back a month early because I need to do my 3 takeoffs and landings in 90 days because I haven't flown nearly for that period of time. So they can combine that into your training session and your sim check, which is pretty cool. Perfect, right. Hand over control to Jim again. We'll start setting up for approach number 2. Let's try and grab some weather first. So let's get the ATIS now. Just gonna switch the. I'm just gonna get the charts from my operator guys up and running. So expecting runway 04. The arrival is the Lula de Bon Zulu.
Leg low 1X for arrival, runway 35 right.
Perfect. So first thing we want to do as before, 250 below 100s. Important now in the ZIBO mod, especially if you've got strong winds, to update these winds as well, because it is looking into that with regards to your VNAV descent calculation to work out top of descent. So 310.
Sierra Papa Echo Lima Foxtrot, route direct Caney, Charlie Alpha November Echo.
274 at 58.
Direct,
Nice tailwind at the moment.
Oscar Echo, Alpha Lima Echo,
200
Milan.
is 272 at 39.
No known or observed traffic to effect.
And 100, 259 at 26. That's executed. Let's just grab the ATIS. God, so many airports online.
Turkish 5 Kilo Tango, route direct Leglo.
LDZA. Can't actually see the ATIS list for Zagreb just yet, so let's have a look at the METAR. METAR for Zagreb, I have in front of me, updated 29 minutes ago. Still okay, 10k overcast at 1700. Chance of lower visibility from midnight now, but it could be 2000 metres overcast at 300 for 30 minutes. Otherwise, QNH is 1005. /005 runway 04 fixed rings for runway 0410. It's still VMC just about, so we're 4 mile ring in. 3 times height ring, 38,000 feet. So 38 times 3 is 12. 114. So that corresponds with our top of descent point. Let's check the arrival. This mod's been behaving very well. So if you're running 346 guys, I'd recommend updating to 346.3. Just bear in mind, 346.3 for me personally updated a lot of my saved configs for the ZIBO mod, so I had to go through all of it this morning when I was testing the first sector to make sure it was all working, reset it all, so something a bit more to what I'm used to.
With 847, contact Adria radar 130.005.
That's the little light one, Zulu. There we go, that's our arrival. And expecting an afterwards approach for the ILS approach, runway 04. We'll check the visibility because I was thinking of doing a localizer or an RNAV approach, but with low a forecast cloud base, probably just stick with the ILS today. There's airport info. So I'm trying to vacate at Delta. And parking stands.
Milan radar, very good evening. We are Italia 17 Alpha, flight level 190.
East, yes.
Italia 17 Alpha, Milan.
Perfect. So, all the charts we have selected. Arrival starts then at waypoint Lulet, coming in from the northwest. There we are. Then we're going to be reading 7.5 miles to Zulu Alpha 610, max 250 knots. Checks the FMS. Looks good as well pictorially. Well, it looks very wiggly, coming in via Lulu to those points, and they're fly-by waypoints. So they're trying to make it as stable as possible. It's quite an unusual routing. I expect to get a bit more of a direct, but that is the arrival will be cleared on, or will be cleared on most likely. We're then going to be going via Godler. Oh, sorry, we're not going
50,
5,500 meter above,
30,
and then to Zulu Alpha
20,
601, 5,500 above. Bismarck 9644. That was very kind. Thanks for $20.
Really appreciate the great work. I've got to go out and shovel the snow after landing.
Oh no, Bismarck 9644. Thank you so much for $20. Very generous of you, as ever. You're doing very, very well. How much snow have you had? I mean, that sounds like an awful lot. We've had a little bit today, but yeah, keep shoveling, and I hope you don't get too stuck. Oh my goodness me! That's one thing I'm looking forward to is flying into some places. I mean, we'll have to stick with Microsoft Flight Simulator, but I know that when it starts snowing, the snow builds up, which will be pretty cool to simulate. But thank you very much. That's very, very kind, Bismarck.
50, 40,
Paul Emerson, long time
20,
no speak. Hope you're doing well
10.
as well, my friend. Thanks for £10, buddy.
Thanks Thanks for another great live stream, boss, and please give Chief Pilot Jack a birthday treat. From me tomorrow.
Oh, thank you very much again, Paul. That's very, very kind. Yes, Jack will be 6 tomorrow, so thank you very much, buddy. And as ever to you as well. I hope you're doing very, very well. And oh god, he's going to be so spoiled tomorrow. I love my dog to bits. In fact, I had Jack 6 years. Mariana was the one that really pushed me to get a dog. I wasn't quite ready, but we did. And he's more than your best friend. Dogs are. He's your best buddy, and he's so important to us as well. So yeah, we're really looking forward to celebrating his birthday tomorrow. He's such a spoiled kid as well. I don't know what he's going to do when there's a bit of normality and we have to go back to work. But I'm sure he'll appreciate that. Paul, get him something nice for you. Thank you very much, both of you and Bismarck. Cheers. Cool. Right, let's go to Zulu Alpha 601, 5,500, then to Exxon, which is the initial approach fix at or above 4,000 feet. Holding at Exxon if it's busy, initial approach fix on ATC authorization only. Okay, so yes, you only go there or cleared afterwards if you've got your clearance, if not, enter the hold at Exxon. So that's pretty standard RNAV routing. GNSS required on this one, so coming in then off the RNAV arrival onto the ILS then, 04 needs 109.5, make that active. And for Jim as well. Final approach course is 043. Looking very quiet on frequency. What's that? VATSIM turned up here. Oh, we're over Ron now, said the tour games. Very cool. Bismarck, you've had 4 inches in Ohio. You can wait. Looking forward to a group flight this weekend. Very cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. I need to get hold of the guys as well, because I sent off emails about the AC course, but not heard anything from them. But yeah, that's going to be quite a Ohio. So you're going to be very late at night, aren't you? Frequencies courses are done. Outer marker height check. We've got 325, which is at 0.70. There's no point tuning then. And we've got the Pisarovina at 424. I won't bother tuning those because they're actually part of the approach. Doesn't say mandatory. Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha request descent.
Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, you can make the request at Adria now 130.0. Have a safe flight. Goodbye.
130.0. Thanks off the ATC set. Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha. Cheerio.
Cheerio.
Victor, please be variable to runway.
So passing top of descent. Adria Centre, very good evening. Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha. Flight level 380 inbound to Gorpa. Request descent.
Alpaca 4 Zulu Echo, identified is at flight level 130.
1,000 to go.
Descent flight level 130, Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha. Here's a bug in the sim at the moment. I have reported to ZIBO. If you've passed top of descent and you set a lower altitude on the MCP, it should go straight to out hold. It should not initiate descent like this. It should not do this at all. It goes to out hold, and then you have to reselect your mode, VNAV, level change, vertical speed. So that shouldn't do that. It's gone to VNAV. It's going to dive for that profile, so just keep a close eye on the speed, because it will get... It'll dive to 5,000 feet per minute to capture that.
Adria control.
So keep a close eye on it. Looks like it should capture that before it meets the speed. And obviously, the target speed is going to increase to indicated airspeed. This is quite realistic. You reach descents like this, you could expect if high up profile in VNAV. Top of drops in chat. Thank you very much, guys. Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, so NDBs like this, I mean, we're not using them for the approach. Sometimes it'll say mandatory. I mean, I'm routing via the NDB, so I could tune it up 424. Something to follow at least if we lose everything. Onto the ILS then, platform 3000, intercept the ILS at 8.3 DME off India Zulu Alpha. It's actually not coded.
635 miles behind the departing
outer marker points.
Line up and wait behind.
And then there's a little bit of a kink here. That's actually correct, because if you look here at Papa India Sierra, look, it's not actually on the extended centre line, it's just to the north of the extended centre line. So that's why that little kink's there. It's precisely exactly as it should be depicted, so that's not a bug. That's it. What was the minimums? 553.
Enter on Alpha Jaffa, Simple Lipo. Runway 2 Alpha, descent 2600.
Yeah, minimum set. Nice and simple, guys. Missed approach, climb straight ahead to 4,000 feet. Hold at the Zagreb VOR 13 set.
Descent 2600 feet, clear the localizer.
Happies. Minimums RVR required, normal lights 550 metres. Nice long runway here, 10,600 feet, yeah, 3,200 metres. Delta's going to be the best part, 2.5. So flat 30, water break 2. Should be more than enough.
Lufthansa 18 Charlie with you at flight level 350. We are 10 miles out
500
from
kilos to burn.
Romeo, India,
It's going to be an alleyway 61.8.
November, requesting descent.
Flat 30 will break 2, and we'll go idle reverse, guys. If it's the last flight of the day, we generally go idle reverse.
454, good evening, flight level 310.
Now we have taxi restrictions for military aircraft, prohibited to other points as well. Maximum 30 knots for taxiways. That's about it. Nice airport. I like airports with a long runway and an ILS either end. Actually, no, I don't think there is an ILS onto the 7 runway.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Thank you very much, Simple Enigma Gaming. That's very kind. Hope you're well.
Here's a little something for the good boys. Big day tomorrow. Cracking stream as always, Cap.
Thank you very much, Simple Enigma Gaming, for your £5 donation. Thank you very much to the emphasis on cap there, Microsoft Jade. That's very, very kind. Cheers, Simple Enigma Gaming. Appreciate the donation, very kind, and I hope you're doing very well. And I'm sure Jack will be very happy with his gift. He's going to be so small as well. Baron's already bought him some. Well, you heard what Baron had bought him. About, what was that, 35 minutes ago? We took off.
Continue present heading.
Present heading, got 6-1 Charlie.
Good evening, Adria radar.
So just south of Ljubljana, we flew into Ljubljana 2 weeks ago, which is pretty cool. In the A300.
Thank you.
Very cool. So the only thing we've got to bear in mind here, guys, is this arrival. Potentially, we can get a shortcut, and that's going to leave us a bit high on profile, because at the moment VNAV's saying, right, you're going to Lulud via all these points and then straight in. If we get a direct, say, to Zulu Alpha 601 or even direct to Papa India Sierra, that's going to leave us quite high. Now, again, you're going to try and build a picture of what's going on. Is there holding? Can we expect a shortcut? So just to demonstrate, because I've done it several times before, if we put from Gorpa direct to Papa India Sierra, at the moment it wants to be at Gorpa at 160. If I put Papa India Sierra at after Gorpa, look at how the estimated altitude changes. 160 to 9,002 feet. It's a 5,000 foot difference there. So if I don't anticipate any delay, get us straight in like this, we can adjust the put a height restriction here to allow VNAV to allow for this. I think I'm just going to have a little look at the VATSIM map here. See if there's any holding going on.
Lot 61 Charlie, contact Zagreb, 120.7.
Yeah. I think there's potentially for some delay, like holding, but there's some aircraft going in kind of the wrong direction and stuff. But let's do what I do in real life. So we're not going to execute this, but look at the altitude for a straight in. 9,000 at Gorpa. So I'm going to erase that and put 9,000 feet or below at Gorpa, and that will allow VNAV to build a profile to put us straight in. That's now going to put us a bit high, obviously, look, 6,700 feet high because we were on profile. So all I'm going to do is go level change, go to 310 knots, and then recapture that.
Ready to copy.
So that will allow for a straight in, but we'll see what happens when we get a bit closer. Does that make sense, guys? If you had any confusion, you're always able to leave comments in the video. I'm getting a little bit better with the time off I have at comments in YouTube videos, so I do spend some time looking at some of them. I don't answer all of them, especially the more... Well, some of them are a bit silly, but very few.
Alpha 4 Zulu Alpha, contact Zagreb 120.7.
Zagreb on 120.7, Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha. Good night, sir. Thank you very much. Who have we got here coming in as a member? FIFA 741. Thank you very much for your membership. Welcome aboard, buddy. Glad you joined the content. You get invited to our members only Discord. Enjoy the custom modes and chat as well. And I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing safe. And we'll see you around.
You cannot just disconnect, reconnect, and then call immediately. You need to wait at least 10 seconds to hear some restore. Thank you very much. So, Eurowings 4165.
Good night, man.
Sending level 120 and any headings front or start?
Eurowings 4165, stay firm. You can turn now right, heading 200 vectors left and downwind from 804.
See what happens here. Might have to get the speed brake out and quickly catch the profile.
Plus 61 Charlie, right turn heading 230.
Right heading 230, lost 61 Charlie.
61 Charlie, start reducing speed 250 knots for sequence.
And reducing 250 knots for 61 Charlie.
To Janana 02, proceeding traffic is around 6 miles ahead, no
bank
issue.
angle.
Thank you for the cooperation as
Cheers,
always,
Cat.
and now Tower 118 is
Yeah, no problem. Movement 328 902. See you next time.
Good job.
Zagreb approach, good evening, Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, descending flight level 130, approaching Gorpa.
4 Zulu Alpha, Zagreb radar, hello again, 150 identified descent level 110, and give me left correction right turn heading 130.
Descent flight level 110, right turn heading 130 degrees, Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, can we expect straight in?
If I'm straight in 04, would you like the ILS or something more modern?
Oh, I'm old school, go ILS please, Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha.
4 Zulu Alpha, copy that. How long lineup would you like?
Say it again.
How long final lineup would you like?
Let's spice it up, let's do 6 miles.
Copy, you read my mind, expect 6 miles lineup, runway 04 if everything goes well.
I've got a lot of height to lose, Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, but I'm ready.
And 4 Zulu Alpha, descend, altitude 7000, speed is yours, QNH 1005, you're number 1 in my sequence, and for the approach, you are number 4.
Descend 7,000 feet and QNH 1004, Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha. Amazing, that's absolutely awesome. 11,700 for 7,000 feet, QNH is 1004. I'm going to bring the speed back to 250 knots with the speed brake out. And if you can get me to a 6 mile final, we've got a bit of work to do, but we'll see what we can do. Quite need engine anti-ice on. QNH set then, that's looking good. We'll do the post-cruise checks now. 4.6 lights, logos on as well, APUs on, pressurisation 3.0 set, seatbelts on, recall, there we are, checks complete. So let's see what happens here, we might have to bring the flaps out a little bit sooner first. Ooh, hello ZIBO.
About 61 Charlie, left by 10 degrees.
There we are. So about 3,000 feet high, got the speed brake out. Might have to start going back to 220 knots very soon. In fact, what we're going to do now is go 220, and we're going to go bring the flaps out. So you've seen here, guys, the
Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, altitude 5,000.
Descend 5,000 feet, Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha. So guys, I actually have a tutorial on this, and it's the exact same sequence we're doing now. You go 220 knots, flat 5 speed brake, and then assess your rate of descent here. If you have a look on YouTube, search for high energy approach tutorial, you'll see this exact technique I'm applying. We'll apply this in real life if I was in this situation as well. So we've got flap 1, flat 5, 220 knots speed brake, and let's see what that does to our profile. Throw out the anchors, exactly, Jay's Bugs. Aaron Davis, thanks for your lovely comment earlier. I missed that. Hi boss, just wanted to say thank you for keeping the information flowing. Just about to start my multi-engine phase and final phase of training. Hope to pass you at altitude the next few years. Best of luck with everything, Aaron. Thank you so much for coming in. Right, let's have a look at that situation. That looks really nice. So 220 knots, flat 5-speed brake. So close to real life. It's so good, the mod. 2500.
Descend altitude 8,105.
Descending 8,000.
Absolutely sensational. Turn the music off now. It's come to a critical phase. Are we in?
Alpaca for Zulu Alpha, left turn heading 080.
Left turn heading 080 degrees. Alpaca for Zulu Alpha.
And for Zulu Alpha down 2,500. You cleared ILS04, and if everything goes well, you will be between 6 and 8 miles.
Descend 2,500 feet on the heading, cleared ILS 004, and that looks good. Alpaca for Zulu Alpha. Perfect, so profile's coming back nice. Look, there's the speed brake, there's the glide slope already, so looking really nice.
We'll be a bit
keep the configuration.
Fast, so 10 miles final would be preferred.
So yeah, not quite, it's about a 10 mile final, but that's working perfectly for us. Absolutely fantastic. Right, approach checklist then. Frequencies 1095, 1095. And it is 1095.
Zagreb approach, Lufthansa 1 with you, flight level 140.
India Zulu Alpha is identified, standby set. 043, 043, approach checks complete.
04, you are number 4.
Vertical speed.
Maintain present heading down to 110 Lufthansa.
And this is a technique I was taught on day 1 in line training, and I taught it to all the guys I taught in the sim when I was in SFI. VS to finesse. So just use vertical speed now when you're on this final intercept. Just stay on the glides, like simple as that.
Now descend altitude 5,000.
And that is how you recover a high energy situation.
Descending 5,000 feet, so 6 on Charlie.
Earings 4165, descend altitude 6,000, still speed 210.
Cleared approach, so we can arm approach.
210, you're moving 4165.
Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, if you all want the 6 miles, give me left 10 degrees.
Left 10 degrees from Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha. Oh, should have the engine anti-ice on here. Rain came from absolutely nowhere.
Lufthansa 1 Charlie, welcome to
bit of a tailwind here, so that's something to bear in mind. You might need to go flap 10. Speed's coming back quite nicely though.
Lufthansa 1 Charlie.
Lufthansa 1 Charlie, go ahead.
1 Charlie, welcome to start reducing speed. Speed is no advantage.
There we are, 10 miles, 180 knots on glide.
Speed,
perfect.
Lufthansa 1 Charlie.
1 Charlie, start reducing speed. Speed is no advantage, you can reduce speed.
Localizer alive, glide slope alive as well.
We have reduced speed, Lufthansa 1
Localizer, glide slope capture, runway heading 043, and the missed
Zagreb 6 1 Charlie,
approach.
Altitude 4,000.
Altitude 4,000 feet.
Descending 4,000 feet, so 6 on Charlie.
Set. Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha's ILS 04 at 9 miles.
Inbound, Kotor, passing flight level 120.
454, radar 110
perfect.
Identified.
Look at this, look at this weather, absolutely horrible.
Heading vector silence 4.
Descend 7,000, present heading QNH 1005, Blue Panorama 454, ILS 04.
Good.
Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha established.
For Zulu Alpha, thank you for the cooperation flying tonight. It's now Tower 118.3, have a good
Tower 183 at Brilliant ATC, Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha. See you soon, sir. Bye-bye. Brilliant. Absolute all the best. That was wicked. There you are. There's the runway ahead, through the rain. Zagreb Tower, very good evening. Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, ILS 04, approaching 6 miles.
Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, Zagreb Tower, good evening. Continue ILS approach runway 041, departure headwind 080 degrees, 3 knots.
Continue approach, Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha. So it looks like we're IMC, so we're going to drop and configure at 5 miles here. Ground on standby here, 125. There's 5 miles coming up, so gear down. Flat 15, match speeds, landing checks the flaps. Start switch is continuous. Already, recall checked, speed brakes are on green light, landing gear down 3 green, order brake is set to 3.
203, 1 arrival more, and you will be clear for lineup. Hold position.
Hold position at Alpha 04, UPS 203.
So we are flaps, we have 30-30 green light, just waiting for our landing clearance. There's 1 departure ahead. Yeah, that was a lovely approach. Everything's gone so well. Really, when VATSIM is on point, when I'm on point in my comfort zone, the ZIBO Mod 737, it is parallel to real world ops. It's so good. Right, disconnecting autopilots and disconnecting autothrottle. Haven't got it down yet though. So I can't see where that guy, if he's airborne yet. So.
Back full Zulu Alpha, runway 04, clear to land, 80 degrees, 3 knots.
Runway 04, clear to land, Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha. Perfect, being cleared to land, pop the taxi light on to remind us.
UPS 203,
and chest complete.
Arriving Boeing 737 short final, runway 04, line up and wait behind.
So there's 500 feet AGL, Jim will call continue, or go around, stable.
400.
Checked. Just realised the other, sorry guys.
300.
Checked, so a tad low. There we are, back on profile, keep it descending now.
200.
Continue. It's worth noting I'd have the wipers on in now as well, but obviously with no ski effects it's a bit pointless.
100.
Tad high.
50. 40. 30. 20.
Check.
10.
Close. Oh, come on. Trying. There we go. Right, speed brakes up. And reverses. Remember, we're only going idle reverse tonight. Last flight of the day. That was a little bit of a float again. 10 seconds. Whoops. Don't want that on my line check when I go back. 80 knots. 80 knots. And here's the exit coming up. Manual braking. And there's 60 knots. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Zagreb. And here comes Delta. A little bit fast. And 10 knots for the turn if it's more than 90 degrees. Oh, don't forget to stow the reverses. I always do that in the desktop sim.
UPS 203, runway 04, clear for takeoff, wind 080 degrees, 3 knots, when airborne, contact radar 120.7, goodbye.
Absolutely excellent. What a lovely stream this has been.
UPS 203, airborne frequency 120.7.
So I'll get the APU started, so we'll be a quick taxi here. Alpaca 40 Alpha vacated.
Alpaca 40 Alpha, contact ground 121.850, goodbye.
Ground 121.850, Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, XCC, bye. Perfect, there's ground. To get the taxi chart up here. Ground, good evening, Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, vacated runway 04 at Delta.
Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, welcome back, straight ahead to Echo 6 via Golf.
Echo 6 via Golf, Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, great event this evening, and thanks to ATC.
Thank you.
Perfect. Perfect.
Excellent.
No, you're welcome. Perfect. What a lovely evening on the network it's been. Fantastic ATC. Sim's working very smoothly at the moment as well. I don't want to touch or update any graphics cards or anything major. I've got it all running sweet. That's a good run now. That's it's 3 or 4 streams, no issues, and multiple sectors flown. X-Plane 11's all singing and dancing quite nicely on Vulcan. Let's not jinx it, hey. Right, we'll carry on with the rest of the cleanup here. So there's the next right. APU can go on the bus a little bit early. Starting the APU there because I wasn't sure. There's a bit of a delay going over to ground. Perfect. What else have I got to do here? Out off. Take the engine anti-ice off. We're not in freezing conditions or anything nasty. Nearly on stand as well. Program come off as well. Cool. Echo 7 was it, guys? I'm sure you'll correct me. I forgot to write it down, but it was a very simple taxiway instruction. It looks like Echo 5 just to confirm ATC. That excitement. Sorry, Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha, just to confirm the stand.
Echo 6, it's the next left.
Thanks, Echo 6, Alpaca 4 Zulu Alpha. I got so excited that I completely forgot what stand I was on.
I'm not the only one.
I know. Perfect. Try not to blind the ground controllers. The ground controllers, the ground staff. Lovely scenery, guys. I must apologise to the developer of this one. I can't remember. I think it requires some of the libraries, but it's completely free to download, like many of the excellent sceneries available in the Explain forum. But it is in the video description below, or you can use the command exclamation scenery to see who the developer is. Thanks, Listabid, as you just grabbed it. It says stop for us. There we are. So parking brake is set. 2 blues, 1 red, and engines are dead. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, welcome to Zagreb. Local time here in the evening, 10 o'clock. 1 hour ahead of Zulu here. Completely live. Damp evening here though. We'll do a full shutdown checklist. So isolation valve open. Fuel pumps. We'll leave the one pump on for the APU. When heat's on, GPU is already available with the air bridge. Very quick and efficient here. Electric hydraulic pumps can come off as well. Check the N1s below 20%. There it is, 20%. On N2 as well. There we are. And anti-collision light is off. There we are. All shut down and checks complete. Apart from the strobes. What did you say? Oh, food's ready. Oh, this evening could get any better. Thanks. Indian tonight, isn't it? It's co-op. Is it co-op's Indian? Co-op Indian tonight. There are other Indians available. Very, very cool. There we are. That's the full shutdown checklist. The only thing that will be left to do to secure the aircraft, which I don't do because it screws up the replay. IRS off, emergency exit lights to off, trim air off, GPU you then disconnect and then battery off. That's all there is. It's just about 5 or 6 switches. But there you are. That was a lovely couple of sectors there. Very, very enjoyable from start to finish. Let's have a little look here at some of your comments regarding the landing there. Yeah, much better on that approach. It looked like it was going to be quite firm. It is a little thing in Explain 11 I've noted, and I always note when I go back flying, is that the ground effect during the float, it's quite exasperated. I've never actually seen, you know, if you hold the attitude like I did, the real aircraft settles a lot quicker onto the runway, whereas there's a tendency in Explain 11 just to float a little bit, because I held the attitude, and I think we're only a couple of feet above the ground, and it just wanted to keep on flying. It didn't want to settle, and we're quite a few knots below VREF by the time we touched down. The real aircraft has a tendency to settle down a little bit easier than that. Lots of butter emojis this evening, which is great to see. Listerman said, not bad, bro. David Moore, it's a floater, absolutely. What else do we have here? Callum, what a time to join, just in time for a floaty butter, exactly. Yes, Gabstra678 floated halfway down the runway, no comment on that one. Andrew35 said, check close or floats, well done. Yes, we can change that over from hold to float. Not approved though. Tobias said it's number 24th on the ultimate butter list, so perfect. Thank you again, Tobias, for keeping an up-to-date table of all the landing rates. Very, very kind. Superb. Lots of other comments coming in here. Excellent. Yes? Can you say something? What?
Dead by Daylight crew, this is for you.
Oh. Really, you're an absolute prankster. Marianne is happy now because I'll finish the stream. She gets to play on Dead by Daylight with some of the other members. She gets all excited about that new gaming thing, and now she just put the flipping pig, Jack's toy pig, in the headphone. Unbelievable.
50, 40.
Pete, thank you very much for the £10. 20, very kind of you.
10.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Captain. The ZIBO streams are still the best.
The ZIBO streams are the best. Thank you very much, Pete, for £10. Very, very kind. It'll always be the bread and butter of the channel, whilst this is the best 737 available. So we'll be always jumping back within 2 or 3 streams of the ZIBO mod. I love doing them. You guys love watching them, and it's very, very enjoyable to share my experience with you. Perfect. Well, we'll call it a day then. We'll turn this interesting music down now, and we'll cue the funky replay music. Here we go. Superb. 4 hours of non-explain issues. That's what I'd like to see. Yeah, landing then. Much happy with that one compared to the approach into Milan Malpensa, where I checked about 15-20 feet too high. This one was pretty much spot on. I thought it was going to be quite firm at one point. And then, as I mentioned, it does have a tendency to want to float in desktop simulators. You know, if we hold that attitude like that, it will settle down a little bit sooner. We'll do our best to see what we can see. Obviously, at night it's a little bit more difficult. Let's enjoy those excellent sounds. It's very close. Oh, look at the rain and the effects of the engines. It's very cool. Yeah, so it's very close to absolutely plonking it down on the touchdown zone. Look at that. And I kind of ballooned a little bit, and then I just held the attitude. The aircraft would definitely want to settle a little bit sooner. It looked a lot worse in the cockpit than it did there. Let's do raining up on the replay. Love that. At least it wasn't minus 8,000 like last stream. Lovely. Another top butter. Excellent. See that view from the tower? So coming in. There's the check, there's the close, hold the attitude, and let us settle down. Perfect. And that's another safe Alpaca Airways flight. Tobias, 55% of a butter chance. Oh, that's good. It's, I'm glad it's on the 50-50 side. It's more likely to be a butter than not. That's a good sign. Thank you so much for all the stats there. Very, very interesting. Superb. Well, that's another successful live stream. Another successful Alpaca Airways service started from a new destination. So looking forward to again flying into Croatia again soon. Fantastic ATC from VATSIM. As ever, to everyone that took part in the stream, thank you so much for turning up, especially to everyone that donated. Very, very kind. Never ever required, but always appreciate the thought there. To all the members as well, thank you so much as ever to the continued support there. And nice to see plenty of you here this evening. To all my regular viewers and subscribers, thank you so much for also popping in as well. Smash the thumbs up button, subscribe if you'd like to stay up to date. Hopefully, guys, tomorrow I'll be live on Euro Truck Simulator on Flight Data Sim Gaming, so go check that out. Probably a little bit earlier than today, around 4 or 5 o'clock, just for a couple of hours, and then I'll be hopefully getting a tutorial out on Thursday. Saturday morning, put that in your diary, guys. I'll be doing Cross the Land, VATSIM event as well. I'll be putting a poll out so you guys can decide what aircraft to fly. Probably on on Thursday at some point there. Cool, stay safe as ever in these balmy times, and I'll see you all on another live stream very soon. Good night from me.